Grand Rising, everyone. Much love, much respect to everyone. We're going to start this off like we always do, playing some music and shouting out the sponsors. That's each and every one of y'all, man. Grand Rising. Power to the motherfucking people. We'll start it off with some music. Late night, open topic, open panel. What's good with everybody? Let's go. Who up? Who's up?
Zombie if you follow the rules, so we rebel, but not too many live it. Class in session, so it's time for you to get the notes. Quickest way to sell your soul is when you niggas vote. This shit I'm kicking is forbidden, better listen, bro. A politician preaching love is the biggest joke. See what they do is use the shit as a tool. Got us focused on these fools and putting shit in our food. Fighting to free your mind is kinda hollow but true. The system make you a zombie if you follow the rules, so we rebel, but not too many live it to tell. Till they find the cheat code using digital scales. Paradise is aborted when the mission is failed. Heaven and hell collide like prison and jail. And you don't need religion just to say you awake. You even dumber than you look, you think you came from an ape. Religion needs science, science need religion. One tell a story and the other paint the picture. But listen, nigga, if you dig a little deeper, you can find that little rabbit in the mother of the reaper. I'm the best for a reason. There's a message in the speaker when the cosmos talking. That's a blessing from the ether. One day I met the devil for real and made a deal with him. Told him all I want is the money and kept it real with him. Came in the form of a thought I couldn't build with him. Shit I was selling the fiends was really killing them. Your gun bars ain't much if your gat don't shoot. I'm strapped and bulletproof like the Batman suit. All it takes is one snap to have my enemies killed. The laws in space and time, I could bend them at will. Yeah, I'm in the world that some of y'all have not seen, and living on the page that some of y'all cannot read. And right now they probably calling me cheap, cause I decided it's enough and now I finally speak. Tell you the truth, I don't trust people who cheat. It's deeper than having sex, you give birth to deceit. If you see where this is going, this is true as can be. If you lie to the ones you love, then you do it to me. The cold word is rainy night. Niggas get wet outside, but ain't no rain in sight. They wonder where this come from. Ascension when it's all done. No reason to believe in a God. When you become one, you understand. You could get it the same. Niggas will double cross you if you get them the fame. My soul ain't for sale just to get in the game. It's dangerous, homie, just remember the name.
Part 2. Y'all know what it's hitting for. Late night, open topic. I will be putting the link in the chat. Shout out to my brother JJ. Much love and respect to you and the family, my brother. AJ. The life.
They just wanna keep us asleep. I know this shit suck, but when the fuck when niggas wake up, I know this shit tough. Every other step you take, you get your foot stuck. Cause they go and show you the fly when some niggas pushed up. Religion is a part of the system, my nigga, listen. If you ain't got control of your soul, then you's a victim. The Pope all over the net with politicians, the same politicians who sleeping with little children. Time to make them pay for what they did to the youth. But freedom of speech is nothing when they censoring truth. You ain't gotta show shit when you live in the proof. Giving support to your oppressors, man, you niggas is goofs. Time to fight fire with fire, get on some nigga shit. Time to get back what they stole, all of our innocence. Some people hate the way that I talk, this shit be spicy. But say a bunch of shit that ain't true, it isn't likely. They try to say your vision ain't true, but with your sight see. The best way to tear you apart is through your psyche. I give it to you real, what you need me to say. Ask the world leaders about the oath they secretly take. It's a plan that they got to keep us legally slaves. Paid labor overwhelming when you needed a break. If you think that I'm just talking it, bitch, you lost. It's a war going on like rich versus poor. The rich keep getting rich while you broke ass starve. Feeding you little pennies at that punk ass job. Thinking cause you get it in tax, you need that income. Really, I'm just stating the facts, cause niggas been dumb. Your emotions are controlled by a system. Cause when I make a song full of hate, niggas listen. When I make a song about love, niggas skip it. They both from the soul, so really ain't nothing different. Today you gotta give it a fight to make the hate stop. Niggas on that ignorant shit gon' get a face shot. Believe what you wanna believe. A lot of niggas snakes, only going off of belief. A lot of shit is fake with 2 cans blazing. I'm ready for damnation. So tell a slave master I'm burning the plantation. You fuck niggas like to throw pain but can't take it. So all during war these flames remain sacred. Barrel to the root of your tongue, you niggas tasteless. Lights flying over your head, it ain't a spaceship. The reason why we fully equipped was information. It led us on the path that got us out of the matrix. Unity is power beyond, we should embrace it. But you could never bathe in the truth when you were racist. Speeding off what you was taught, then the brakes slip. Then you see it's nothing you thought, that shit is dangerous. A lot of people dying for what? That shit was aimless. It's kinda like a video game, it took stages. Just make sure these lanes remain nameless. Hood politics part 2, my name dangerous. Shit getting out of control, I mean we been there. Hate they disguise it as love, we call it sincere. They took us to a place where ain't none of this shit clear, and we just look stupid, wondering how we get here. This government got us in chains cause they don't love us. They got us separated by gangs over some colors. What hurts more is we keep trusting these motherfuckers and putting bullshit that they say over each other. It's a bad world, many cry in this sad world. A unicorn is compared to a black girl, or any child when you mix it making life swirl. Gems meet a diamond and dance to make the ice swirl. Nigga, don't waste your time trying to hate on me. If you can't deal with your pride, then stay away from me. I don't fuck with none of that dumb shit, you heard that? Don't believe we live on a globe, nigga, the earth flat. First you gotta love yourself, then take the earth back. Find what's really important and make it worth that. Too much time in your hands lead to a dirt nap, but niggas don't keep the same energy to exert that.
What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court, has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give him? My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this, and it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves.
Mind over matter, but none of that'll matter when in life you're trying to climb and a nigga pull a ladder. Believing in the myth when reality is shattered. The lies never end unless you serve it on a platter. America made you a slave, then call you monster. Erase everything that we paved and say we conquered. Willie lynching is a system that really harmed us. It raped women, left children without their fathers. America, land of the free, home of the great. America, cage of the beast, home of a snake. But the fight don't stop when you gone. This shit a marathon. Everything they touched in this world, they made it terraform. The best piece of advice, stay about these pigs sight. Fuck what goes on in the street, nigga, just live life. You only get one of those, nigga. Don't play with that. Trying to dance away in the dark and never make it back. We got a lot of loving to do. Shit is getting worse. Hate run deep in these roots. It's like the shit is cursed. Murder everything you can name. The world gone berserk. Pedophilia real as fuck. It's even in the church. Music we've been flaming it. No, it ain't no game with it. Just know I put my soul on the beat when you banging it. This is for the shit that I see and won't play with it. Hood politics part 3. My name dangerous.
They attack the victim, and then the criminal who attacked the victim accuses the victim of attacking him. This is American justice. This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me.
My nigga Juice, William Best next.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. William Best in the building. Welcome everybody. This just an indigenous thing. Studious, I'm an info for info. I make what's complex look simple. To reclaim my birthright, my MO. My blood ties to the land, my credentials. Turtle Island, Nietzsche, my kinfolk. The vibration on this frequency I live for. We get sick, we don't go to hospitals. We heal ourselves with herbs and crystals. Mother Nature speaks, my soul gets tickled. We already equipped with the essentials. No Similac for my little. All my babies get the milk from mama's nipples. Raising rebels to create ripples in the system. It's not liberal. We teach the youth to go to source for they vittles. Be the B, don't be the man in the middle. That's a third party, a fifth whip. They tell you saving a little is a big deal.
Draco,
Wanna trick the RZA with his own spell? Learn the
good, fam. Black motherfucking power to the Flat Power family, man.
Then you'll pierce the veil. That's his story. I didn't write that. It's my birthright. I want my life back. Was on the wrong path. Now I'm on the right track. Was in the dark. Now I'm in the light, fam. My skin's divine. I love this melanin. Did you know? My DNA divine. Liquid gold. I'm rich. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Did you know? Put your right hand up. Now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Did you know? Put your right hand up. Now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Did you know? Put your right hand up. Now make a fist. With the eye of Horus, I see infinity. Woke up like Neo, started training my abilities. I'm not a storm, baby, let me be a peace. Your protector, the enemy runs in retreat. Shout out to Sophia, born to be a steward. Bobby Hemmett and Malachi Z. York. Rod Hayes, Mama Rubber, Interstellar. Dane Calloway, Billy Carson, Young Elder. With my light codes, I'm in fight mode. For the next generation, we gon' right wrongs. Get off the merry-go, don't repeat the cycle. You in the dark cause you forgot to cut your lights on. With the lights on like Tupac, all eyes on. The usurper, trying to take my throne. I urge karma to drown you in a typhoon. An open book, you see what page I'm on. My skin's divine, I love this melanin. Did you know? My DNA divine, liquid gold, I'm rich. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Did you know? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Did you know? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Did you know? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Believing I'm a U.S. citizen is propaganda. Had to call a brother true to correct my status. We own churches, not LLCs, they can't tax us. The government and central banking, it's all collapsing. Instead of chasing bread, we run on the bank. They'll become insolvent, we bankrupt the bank. Consumers exercising power makes them afraid. The GOV works for us, we the people, man. The Iroquois Constitution is supreme law. First Babylon, now it's England and Rome's turn to fall. Put the Pope on notice, discovery doctrine is false. At critical mass, Mother Nature gets restored. A green lantern lights my path, not a torch. At the fork in the road, you gotta choose a course. Light codes or dark secrets, what do you endorse? Me? I make you Darth Vader's feel the force. Yeah, I pray this resonates with your spirit. This is meant for everyone, not just the esoteric. Atomize it, dissect the message in my lyrics. I'm a god, how could I not love my appearance? My skin's divine, I love this melanin. Did you know? My DNA divine, liquid gold, I'm rich. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Did you know? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Did you know? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Did you know? Put your right hand up, now make a fist.
Ray Cobb, Ghetto Boy next. Ray Cobb, Ghetto Boy. Let's go. They messing with my stream already, man. Won't even let me play the next song. Shout out to everybody in the house, man.
Gonna change all of your young life. You've seen such misery and pain. The world is a cruel place, and it ain't gonna change.
Yo, I think I seen this before. The ghetto boy, they call him the more. He came with the cure. Tap into the earth, it's yours. You come from everything that's pure. America the beautiful, but my people the poor. Prisoner of war, 40 Nakamada's Dior. The refugee trying to settle the score. Chicago cold winters, yeah. My father died in December. He used to drink MGD, I remember. After he was gone, I got a temper. I'm running hot, check my temperature. I go hard, I'ma try to dismember ya. A little black boy who grew to shine like the sun. I'ma resurrect and become the infinite one. I only just begun. I'm homegrown like common sense, but some of y'all not rhyming with sense. The current situation is beyond intense. How many have to die at their expense? I'm not fucking with Harris, I'm not rocking with Pence. Does it even matter? We still on some ghetto shit. Black fist in the air, on some rebel shit. We've been through the fire, how much hot can hell get? George Floyd will never forget. Is big enterprise. United States committing genocide. On the news, it's been another homicide. Shooters been identified. White male with a gun and a badge. So I'ma say this shit direct. They come in our hoods with all disrespect. Cause everybody black is a suspect. Community we got to protect. We fight for the respect. Black power, it's time to resurrect. All that self-hatred, we gotta correct. I guess we forgot we the architects. I'ma be the Grim Reaper when it's time to collect. Because you don't make enough for a tax cut. So take what we give you and keep your mouth shut. That's what happened when a man is given no hope. Sold you dope, might as well give you the rope. They got the nerve to tell you get out and vote when the system is broke. But that's how the game go. They circle you and X you out like tic-tac-toe. Give me what you owe so we can take more. But you know how it is in the ghetto. The block ain't sunny, but the sunshine in the ghetto. In every ghetto, yeah.
The moment you realize
Everybody
people that you love that you
ain't
don't have
gonna
to leave
make it.
behind.
Everybody ain't gonna make it.
I was told out. Look, we at war, we at war. Everybody can't go though. Some of us vibing high. Everybody can't go though. Some of y'all might leave family behind. Everybody can't go though. Could've completed, but you get deleted. Some people are feeded, so you feel deleted. And knowledge is medicine, knowing you need it. If everyone go, I'ma know that you cheated. You think I'm conceited, I'm feeling completed. Life is a game and I'm planning to beat it. Life is a game and I'm planning to beat it. Look, everybody can't go though, beat it. You was ascending and starting to win, no pretend.
It's Trill. Luke Dog record. You gotta live it up. Since you wanna lie, you gotta live it up. If you born on this world, then you already fucked. And if you black, then your struggle can't be rough enough. It ain't no love, they just
just tell you to toughen up, hustle and get it up. Since you alive, you gotta live it up. If you born on this word and you already fucked, and if you black, then your struggle can't be rough enough. It ain't no love, they just tell you to toughen up, hustle and get it up. Since you alive, you gotta live it up. They say that if you born in this world covered in melanin, then you were cursed from birth with low intelligence, and you were only meant to slave and work for it. You just another motherfucker in a cotton field, suffering from cognitive dissonance due to politics. Stuck in poverty, never seeing no way out of it. Fiending for progress, hustling to get it in. And all the moves that you making, you still standing still. The media damaging, governors pandering, punting your freedom for dollars and they just cash it in. They roll the dice with your life, they just gambling. National Guard now in charge, yeah, they with FEMA them. Be careful of the food America feeding them. Systematic ignorance to ensure that you never win. But if you born and you die, you were chosen to live. Yeah, treat your cares like the blunt, let it blow in the wind. If you born on this word and you already fucked, and if you black, then your struggle can't be rough enough. It ain't no love, they just tell you to toughen up, hustle and get it up. Since you alive, you gotta live it up. If you born on this word and you already fucked, and if you black, then your struggle can't be rough enough. It ain't no love, they just tell you to toughen up, hustle and get it up. Since you alive, you gotta live it up. They say that if you born in this world and you got red skin, then you extinct and you can possibly be an Indian, Aboriginal, native, walking on flat land. Told you that you were African, now you ain't got land. It's for the next generation who don't understand. It's for the ones with the mind that can comprehend. Black lives matter, but will you help your fellow man? Stop fronting on the internet and start collecting bands. Join hands in business, put your money where your mouth is. And for the young ones who already got kids, feed they mind, fuck a fucking Nike outfit. Feed they soul, cause the enemy wanna see them dead. Stop letting all this entertainment go to your head. When you think of losing, think of progress instead. If you were born and you die, spot change then. Tell a gang, sell a gang, go on, get some bread. If you were born on this word and you already fucked, and if you black, then your struggle can't be rough enough. It ain't no love, they just tell you to toughen up, hustle and get it up. Since you alive, you gotta live it up. If you born on this word and you already fucked, and if you black, then your struggle can't be rough enough. It ain't no love, they just tell you to toughen up, hustle and get it up. Since you alive, you gotta live it on up.
Real Loop Dog Productions, man. Spitting that fire, man.
Since you alive,
Aboriginal music.
don't live it on up. Mob.
Much love and respect, y'all net a lot. Yeah, appreciate you, sis. Hopefully everything good with you and the family.
That's true.
Yo, go punch it in.
Hey, shout out
You hear
Chief
me?
Holiday, DJ Cut.
None of these big
My
things can't
OG.
change us. Big chains hanging on gangsters. Cocaine slinger gone famous. Gang bangers on swingers. I know young niggas in Dodgers, track hawks and Chargers, foreign cars and garages, foreign broads and menages, crack baby with a meal ticket. If you really want it, then you will get it. Got a pretty bitch with a bad body. If you pull it out, then she will lick it. In the Jag sitting crooked with it. Tell me what you need, better cook and get it. Big 40 with the big switch, give a op short a good whooping with it. Anybody wanna look and get it. Matter of fact, the whole hook can get it. Acorn and the apron. I'm in the kitchen, I'm cooking with it. Big chef like Draco.
Links in
Lot
the
of
chat.
gang
It's
like
open
Jason.
topic.
All a soul away from the Golden State, that's Mo Green and Draymond. Big boss nigga, okay, man. Me falling off, no way, man. This conversation gon' run the nation. Let the congregation say, hey, man. I'm true to this, not new to this. Like toilet tissue, I do the shit. I know the pros that grow the draw. I throw them bros like Ludacris. I show them hoes, I do the bitch. Then act like I never knew the bitch. She blew the dick, but I did need it. Cause the kitty smell like tuna fish. Like, who is this? Bitch say she on birth control. She done let too many nasty niggas hit it raw. Now the pussy on dirt patrol. One sniff, it'll hurt your nose. Two sniff, it'll hurt your soul. Three sniffs, it'll knock you out. Take another one and you curve your clothes. And I'm not going for the okie dokie. I'm still ducking from the roly poly. Make you turn around and do the hokey pokey. Then shoot you back and leave it holy moly. They go to police from the pawn shop looking for it. Niggas ain't stoley roll. You the nigga riding in the backseat, pointing niggas out, trying to show the police. I'm the nigga riding down the back street, just sold a dope that I score from Woody. Screaming free my nigga, trade 6P, body look call Lil D and OG Loki. 45, I'm your OG. In the city, bet your OG knows. Smoking yoga pants, got me jokey. Ran out of money, yeah, Loki brokey. Don't know how to save, don't know how to stack. Get a little paper, don't know how to act. Got 50 racks, now he want a cap, 10 on the chain, 20 on the lag. 5 on clothes, 5 on hoes, we end up with 10 trying to get it back. Caught a fresh case, hate to say that. 80 on the bun, had to pay that. Then you gotta try to come up with the money for an attorney. DA wanna send a nigga down a long road on a journey. About to lose again, facing 2 to 10, gotta share a cell with Gay Birdie. Don't wanna end up on a gurney. Better pay a gang or pay Jeremy. Join a gang or pay Jeremy. Ain't no room for error when you're in the streets hustling, trying to make ends meet. Keep your head up and your bread up. Never let your chest and your chin meet. Flip your money, then put it up. Don't touch the money for 10 weeks. Then put your homies on the same hustle, so when you eat, then your friends eat. Put some money up for your bail bond, cause the hatred for a nigga skin deep. Let them sleep on you if they sleeping on you, cause their eyes open but they been sleep. If your opposition pull up on you 10 deep, let the Draco blow 'em back 10 feet. That nigga said that nigga dead, that nigga head is mincemeat.
Back to my nigga Dangerous. Distance. The link's in the chat. It's an open topic, man. Anybody can join. Any topic.
Fresher than you ever been. Flyer than you ever was. Fresher than you ever been. Flyer than you ever was. Yeah, it's true. How I started from the bottom, but it grew. There I go, blowing smoke for all the shit that I've been through. I remember how they treated me, dissing on the moves when I was wishing. Now I'm watching niggas, wishing it was you. Niggas lame, they was hating till I showed up with the proof. What a shame, how the lowest niggas shit go through the roof. What it do, we in places that these niggas never knew. It's amazing, words could paint a picture that I never drew. Do it big, shout my nigga Chris, nigga hold it down, TSL, we be getting gassy at the smokers lounge, give them hell, this the shit and it be over for these clowns, niggas fail, cause they never tried, it's over for them now, when they see us in the building they gon' hate on it, with that type of energy I gotta stay away from it, you mad how we move, but you frontin' like it's cool, the better question is, nigga, who the fuck is you? You better keep your distance from me, nigga, keep your distance. You better keep your distance from me, nigga, keep your distance. I ain't playing with you, I don't brag, but today I got some time, I'm in my bag. Niggas wasted everything they had, now they looking sad. I remember none of them was passionate as this, not just to conversate. Think of all the ass they would kiss, now up my views. You ain't watching, you's a hater, fuck you too. Your favorite rapper's catalog compared to me should be removed. Pick and choose, I forgot that's what these simple bitches do. Bad intentions towards the winning, they was wishing we would lose. I ain't you, any problems with me, nigga, then it's cool. When I see you, ain't no remix, nigga, don't change up the tunes. Like for instance, you know it's on sight when you see him, so keep your distance, or I'll be fighting more than my freedom. When they see us in the building, they gon' hate on it. With that type of energy, I gotta stay away from it. You mad how we move, but you frontin' like it's cool. The better question is, nigga, who the fuck is you? You better keep your distance from me, nigga, keep your distance. You better keep your distance from me, nigga, keep your distance. I ain't playing with you.
I got you, copy Draco. I'm gonna put it in my watch later list. We going over here to my nigga, Dangerous and Greedy Vegan. Shout out to Dangerous Music and Greedy Vegan, YouTube niggas. Let's go.
I'm a real nigga and shit, man. I keep telling you niggas, man, stop playing with me, man. Y'all niggas be taking, y'all take motherfuckers' humbleness for a weakness. You think as a nigga and shit, you know what I'm saying, be on some chill shit, that that's an opportunity for you to just walk all over motherfucker, say what you want. Now here's the issue. Niggas is nosy like bitches. You feel me? Niggas love to stick their nose in some shit like bitches. Niggas love to run, tell that gossip like bitches.
I've been seeing shit through night vision. That mean I see you eyes closed. I told you I would get you, now it's time, die slow. Dangerous, the spirit of rap, I'm in the flesh. Talent is a body of work that I possess. You fucking with the wrong gun, bet I let it speak to them up close and personal. Underneath a nigga chin, that's how you make a brainstorm. Any bad thoughts you was having, I just put it in the air, they get rained on. Niggas always doing a lot until they dead ones. Bodies get viewed in the box over these breadcrumbs. Similar to Broadway stages, shit get clapped up, they become vacational clothes. Niggas get packed up, I could tell you building on lies. What the fuck for? A lion that talk to the sky. This shit a uproar. You can't get a slice of the pie. Bitch, this ain't a pizza. Tell me what it's like when you die. See you when I see you.
I'm from the old school and shit, man. Like real talk, man. I'm an 80s baby and shit, man. I still do all the old school principles and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like real talk. But on some real shit though, man, let me get right to it though. Like real talk.
On this internet, niggas who talk, they be straight soft. Catch one of them niggas slipping and blow they face off. Real shit, do it myself. I never make calls, bullshit. Fire my gun till it been laid off. Imagine what it do to your dreads, my nigga, trust me. One shot, fuck up your locks like Puffy. Point blank, all you saw, how niggas moved in. Got your shit all on the walls, like school gyms. Shoulda be a movie when I step on the set. My chain glow, got me looking like a special effect. It hang low, when it shine, it be dripping respect. It gave hope to all them niggas that was wishing me death. You in a veggie state, coma, they ain't giving you hope. Cause your body's still alive, but it's missing your soul. This shit the Matrix, and no, it ain't no script for your role. Cause you ain't never pay attention to the glitch in the road.
Right, man, you try to play with me, Slim. You play with a nigga name. Like you try to put a fucking, facade out there as if like I'm some type of phony motherfucker. I'm some type of fraud nigga or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm one of them snake ass niggas or something like that, too. I've been one of the most transparent niggas on YouTube, shit. Like real shit. I ain't never had a problem with coming on this motherfucker and being my motherfucking self. Like real shit. I ain't never had a problem with coming on this motherfucker and being myself with no motherfucker value shit. I'm a nigga from the street, dog. I done did time and shit, dog. You think I'm gonna let a nigga on YouTube, on the internet and shit, paint a picture as if I'm a fraud ass nigga and shit, like I'm some type of motherfucking sneaky ass nigga? Nah, I'm very transparent.
You ain't even the ones that kept your home. That shit was really wrong, G. Man, fuck you niggas. It was your shit to give all me little Joe. Y'all motherfuckers was trying to kill me if y'all had a chance.
Oh boy, you ain't dumb on
This for them niggas in the bleachers, looking down on us as reality would have it. You could see that they beneath us. They calling us the cleaners, cause any dirt between us. Have me show up at your crib with some bags in the sweepers. Heard that bullshit you was rapping. Let me tell you how it happened. happened. I played it for my niggas and them niggas started laughing. I was trying to defend you. Son, I'm being honest, but them niggas is convincing. Son, that shit was straight garbage. I'm fire all over the earth. Go ahead and tell a friend you watered down, nigga. Shit really stay in your element. They used to be ahead of me. Now I'm in the lane they can never be. Really on the level they could never reach. I be flipping on some other shit. And right now, I'm really on some other shit. My nigga, put that on my mother shit. This still hot when it fire. Gotta grip it with oven mitts. That dirty bird is a slutty bitch. I'm not selling any jokes, homie. Who you acting funny with? A comic book is in this 100 clip. Cause niggas walk around acting like we came across a money nigga, glitch. This AK, I brought the humble you boys. Like kids showing they gifts, niggas up in they toys. I'm from a place where people make, suffer, enjoy. This hell really exists, niggas stuck in the void. All of this hate, nigga, I don't know where to start. But jealousy is the reason niggas falling apart. You want beef, let's have a cookout. My bail getting took out. Misery's a house that you niggas getting put out. Think you bulletproof, let's see if playing tough really works. Bullets get riddled in you, nigga. Tell me, do they hurt? Say the word, and this shit'll get done with a smirk. Ain't no second thought, I don't give a fuck in the first.
You won't get another chance. I need another motherfucking chance. Cause I don't give a fuck. I said I don't give a fuck. 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 I don't give a fuck.
And I say, I be flipping on some other shit. And right now, I'm really on some other shit. My nigga, put that on my mother shit. This still hot when it fire. Gotta grip it with oven mitts. That dirty bird is a slutty bitch. I'm not selling any jokes, homie. Who you acting funny with? A comic book is in this 100 clip. Cause niggas walk around acting like we came across a money glitch.
Shout out my nigga Voodoo Child. Way too far.
Cause you hustling with these grams, man. I know it's all cap. All on my face with that fake smile, yeah, you can't get no dab. I got niggas that are shooters, all in your head like a nap. Hop on the scene with them 223s and edit bitch out. No games, man, yeah, I got no time for this shit. I be the one to blame, so please don't you make me click. Hit the block like a march, yeah, look like a parade. Drum sound and you ducking and hiding, nigga, better cover your face.
Hip-hop used to be so hard. Now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. Way too far, 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 way too far. Niggas still killing niggas. Pay your partner to hit ya. Hoes still fucking with niggas, never raising their children. Cluckers still paying dealers, trying to catch them a feeling. I know a bunch of people who ain't never gonna have bills. Pants way up their leg, crazy colors in their head, mumbling, rapping shit. Make the niggas say what he said. I know you think I'm tripping, this boy going fed, but I'm just telling you some of the things bouncing in my head. Hip hop used to be so hard. Now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. Way too far.
way too far, 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 way too far. Man, y'all got an old nigga singing and sweating in the booth trying to get this shit heard. Way too far, man. Bump your brakes, partner.
Hey, shout out my brother AZ King. I got you. Hopefully everything good with you and the family, AZ King. The link's in the chat if anybody want to come up, man. Links in the chat.
With each demon tempting people by means of those sins, as follows. The first is Lucifer, who reigns in his malice over the children of pride. The second is called Beelzebub, who lords over the envious. The third devil is Satan, and wrath is his lordship. The fourth is called Abaddon, and slothful be his retinue. The fifth devil is Mammon, and with him are the avaricious, and also fittingly, a foul sin, covetousness, is with his company of subjects. The sixth is called Belphegor, who is the god of gluttons. Lastly, the seventh devil is Asmodeus, who leads with him.
You can call it rap, bro. Dange, let the gap blow. Keep talking like it's cool. You gon' get just what you asked for. Never take it personal. Do it for the cash flow.
Playing the money tree, that mean we only making cash.
There's a price for your soul. Niggas sell it for the fame. I used to be a fan of niggas' music, but they changed. Them pills got niggas looking stupid, sounding lame. Them other drugs got niggas acting gay and moving strange. What the fuck is up? You about to swallow what you say. You the runner up, but there ain't no running from this aim. You can see the flame. Nigga, you about to know it well. I took the whole realm of hell and I stuffed it in the shell. When you were pro-sire, then a bunch of toast fire. Flame to your skull, not a nigga ghost rider. Don't piss me off, coward. I really am a shooter with my semi-talk. No, it ain't the nigga from Zamunda. I catch a nigga slipping, ain't no arguing or nothing. Beef is like my car, I could start it with a button. I could go to this is the topic of discussion.
I took it even further, it was everything you wasn't.
Within them, James classified demons into four sections: lemures or spectra, which are spirits that trouble houses or solitary places; obsession, which are spirits that follow upon certain people to outwardly trouble them at various times of the day; possession, which are spirits that enter inwardly into a person to trouble them; and fairies, which are spirits that prophesy, consort, and transport.
Stepping out the clouds, I be laughing at these cowards. Bullets wet you up. No, it ain't a bath when they shower. Niggas get clapped just like the sound that your hands make. Dangerous.
Type of firepower move a landscape.
I hate this when niggas pop shit, it don't make sense. Feeling like you jealous of the fact that you ain't this. My knife cut right to the truth with a blaze stick. These type of snakes don't shed, them niggas shapeshift. Fuck trying to call a truce, you shitted on respect. I watch niggas tie a noose, then put it on their neck. You live long enough, now you gotta meet the son of death. I got another round in it for whoever wanted next. Inspiration double wedge, fuck this ghetto. Ain't no activist, but I can help uplift metal. Niggas tell on you is the shit I'm trying to tell you. Reality is really not a dream
that I can sell you.
Now, I return to my purpose. Regarding the first kind of these spirits, they were called by the ancients by various names according to their actions. If they were spirits that haunted some houses, appearing in various and horrible forms, and making great noise, they were called lemures or spectra. If they appeared in the likeness of a deceased person to some of his friends, they were called umbrae mortuorum. And so, they received innumerable titles according to their actions, as I have mentioned before. As we see by experience, many titles have been given in our language in a similar manner. To conclude, the demonic army comes in many sizes and shapes, often having a specialty in a particular area. However, what's more crucial for you to know is not the exactness of your enemy, but the ways in which to protect yourselves from them.
My nigga Sanchez next. Stay home. Stay at home. Flat motherfucking power to the Flat Power family, man.
Of stay-at-home orders and directives all around this nation. Of course, public health officials tell us the way New York is going now could come to the rest of the country that have created dramatic differences in the way we live and the way we travel.
We direct a statewide order for people to stay at home. That directive goes into force and effect this evening, and we are confident that the people of the state of California will abide by it.
It has had a change of heart, announcing that there is now going to be a statewide stay-at-home.
No sleep till I retaliate. All beef, no salad breaks. Around niggas you shouldn't aggravate. The finale, cross mountains into the valleyway. Basket, sour, twisted. Fake niggas is power tripping. It's either that or the hate. And I do anything to make it like back in the day. This is passion, some you can't stash in the safe. Fuck the system and the judge for dragging the case. Pain I can't let go. Up drinking espresso from setbacks to building blocks.
Hey JJ, this
no
next one for you, brother.
My music is electric, no techno. The sky is limited, I don't have a threshold, nigga.
Next one for you, JJ, the light one, my Naga.
We direct a statewide order for people to stay at home. That directive goes into force and effect this evening, and we are confident.
And the links in the chat, any topic.
Yeah, getting out the ghetto was a dream that I was awakened from by the echo of a scream. Yeah, Dolomite prototypes, mental prison, steel bars, or polo stripes.
Draco,
my
I got
focus right, my soldiers is roving overnight. My oversight got them invoking my poltergeist. You niggas missed the point. No goals in life, earned golden mics, turned booths to explosion sites. Hot niggas never learn till they cold as ice. Can't control them, the pressure got them exploding pipes. My aura glowing bright, future written in stone. Getting it on with niggas in the forbidden zones. Pitching stones while they baby moans. Pose for pictures, no forgiveness. Whole purpose expose the system. Soul for niggas, squeeze like boa constrictors. Old as wisdom, more potent than cobra venom. Crazy, but we coping with it. Count your blessings, friend, deadly sin. 5G medicines inject the skin. And I can see the truth behind the devil's grin. Settled in places where merry-go-rounds never spin.
It has had a change of heart, announcing that there is now going to be a statewide stay-at-home.
Bringing it back.
Hey JJ, this one of my favorites now, man. I play this all the time. Shout out my nigga JJ. Put me down with this one. The Ancient.
Bringing it back. They try to
Hell,
poison the water and food. We living on earth and under attack. Yeah. Ain't about to have what I am. I'm ancient. Bringing it back. Ain't about to have what I am. I'm ancient. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food, we living on earth and under attack, yeah. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food, we living on earth and under attack, yeah. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food, we living on earth and under attack, yeah. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient. ancient, bringing it back. Ain't try to poison the water and food. We living on earth and under attack. Waking the babies, ain't trying to poison the youth and earth. You ready to fight? You niggas fucked up the hood, leaving the youth by themselves and ain't making it right. Went through the dark, young nigga. Thought I was losing myself, but I carried the light. Went through the dark, young nigga. Thought I was doing it wrong, I was doing it right. Didn't wanna say all this shit that I got in my head, strategic, keeping it low. Be like water, young nigga. Ain't got a form in this bitch, I'm just watching it flow. I'm being in the garden. You niggas planted the seed in the dirt, but they watching it grow. Ain't try to kill all them niggas who bringing the truth to the people I already know. Ain't about to rush, ain't about to give out the plan to these niggas, I'm doing it slow. They try to tell you they love you, they ain't believing me, bitch, now they seeing me blow. They wanna cover the sun, these niggas cloudy and shit, now they seeing me glow. Ain't about to say what I did, these niggas play with my heart, I got 3 in a row, bitch. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food, we living on earth and under attack, yeah. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food, we living on earth and under attack, yeah. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food, we living on earth and under attack, yeah. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food, we living on earth and under attack. Gave me the mission, really a warrior, nigga, they knowing I'm getting it done. Pray to the earth, feeling the energy run through my body, I feel like the sun. Niggas be playing, I got some shit really worse than the bullet, he died with his gun. I know some niggas who stuck in the dark and avoiding the light and be killing for fun. I put my morals and knowledge and wisdom inside of my wife so it lit through my sons. These niggas pussy as hell, ain't got the hands for this shit so they come with these guns. I'ma get copper and gold, land your nigga that's worth, be smart with the funds. Ain't about to play with a nigga, will it put hands on niggas like give me my ones, bitch. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food, we living on earth and under attack, yeah. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food, we living on earth and under attack, yeah. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food, we living on earth and under attack, yeah. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food, we living on earth and under attack, yeah. I'm a priest and a gangster, bitch, I'm banging blue. I'm a different nigga with this shit, they don't know what to do. Don't give a fuck about your brother, he can get it too. I was really trained by some niggas who gon' go pursue. I'm a priest and a gangster, bitch, I'm banging blue. I'm a different nigga with this shit, they don't know what to do. Don't give a fuck about your brother, he can get it too. I was really trained by some niggas who gon' go pursue. They say who you get it from, blame that nigga Jew. If it's only me and 8 niggas, they gon' get it too. Get him out of here, he had his blick and didn't know what to do. Bitch, I make example out of niggas, I can show you too. Don't give a fuck about the gun, guess I'd rather stab. I talk a nigga out his life, I got to get the gab. If a bitch getting on my nerves, I'm quick to call a cab. Tell my nigga, hey, I'm in Mecca, trying to learn to rap. Piss a nigga off, beat his ass, did it with a jab. I peel a nigga shit back and treat it like a scab. I'm a priest and a gangster, bitch, I'm banging blue. I'm a different nigga with this shit, they don't know what to do. Don't give a fuck about your brother, he can get it too. I was really trained by some niggas who gon' go pursue. I'm a priest and a gangster, bitch, I'm banging blue. I'm a different nigga with this shit, they don't know what to do. Don't give a fuck about your brother, he can get it too. I was really trained by some niggas who gon' go pursue. I got a heart full of love, they wanna make it dark. Let a nigga pull up on me, bitch, I bet I'll make them park. Bitch, I got some dogs and they silent, told them not to bark. Niggas really hate that I'm a prophet, toast to make a mark. Don't like to talk, I got the story, had it on the skin. The way I tapped in, all this shit don't never end. Cashville, Eastside, baby, bitch, I'm from the 10. Put on for my city like I'm Jeezy, bitch, we gotta win. Think about my niggas every day, stuck up in the pen. I don't give a fuck, blood or not, I whack the can. I'm a priest and a gangster, bitch, I'm banging blue. I'm a different nigga with this shit, they don't know what to do. Don't give a fuck about your brother, he can get it too. I was really trained by some niggas who gon' go pursue. I'm a priest and a gangster, bitch, I'm banging blue. I'm a different nigga with this shit, they don't know what to do. Don't give a fuck about your brother, he can get it too. I was really trained by some niggas who gon' go pursue. I'm like a mason with the mind, I'm trying to learn the letter. Making all the spirits show their presence, bitch, I'm getting better. Really taking niggas back to Egypt when we callin' it her. Bitch say that she a mermaid, I bet I'll make her wetter. Kick it with the dead and underworld, they can't make it stop. Let a nigga try to cause me harm, I bet that nigga drop. Beef tongue a nigga, he a rat, know his ass a cop. Clean a nigga up, magic broom, witchy with the mop. I'm a priest and a gangster, bitch, I'm banging blue. I'm a different nigga with this shit, they don't know what to do. Don't give a fuck about your brother, he can get it too. I was really trained by some niggas who gon' go pursue. I'm a priest and a gangster, bitch, I'm banging blue. I'm a different nigga with this shit, they don't know what to do. Don't give a fuck about your brother, he can get it too. I was really trained by some niggas who gon' go pursue.
Shout out to El Nibi and JJ for giving me that artist, man. Shout out my brother JJ. Flat motherfucking power. We're gonna go over here to Copper Draco. Shout out Copper Draco. The Smoke Show. Let's go over here. Hopefully everybody good, man. The link's in the chat if anybody want to come up. Links in the chat. Like I said, shout out Copper Draco in the chat. This the Smoke Show, bitch. Shout out my nigga Smoke Signal. Power to the motherfucking people.
This the Smoke Show, cloak low, ghost in the dojo. Copper Draco blowing smoke like it's cocoa slow-mo. Brute words be tripping, but it's slipping with a neat twist. Read glyphs, the seed myths ain't fiction, just bleed scripts. Feathers like Sister Bethy, steady with the blessed wand. Coach taught chess moves, never play the next pawn. Battle tested bird scrolls, every lesson long. Got 'em shook, I'm copper colored, but my essence strong. From the copper tones, not Congo zones, we the lost sons. Aboriginals, north side, pre-map, but a clock spun. American Indian lineage, not just talked run. Before they rewrote the books with them fraud tongues. Reclassified, boxed in, forced in them chain lists. Took our names, gave us black, but we ain't from the slave ships. We the flame in the frame, ain't playing the game glitch. Pan Africans packed out quick for that fake pitch. Copper Draco flashing like I'm back in the wild field. Soul still match the land, can't fake what the tribe feels. Smoke signal in the sky, that's the code when the vibe real. Truth blow holes in they script like a mind drill. It's that Smoke Show, where the spirits don't choke slow. Talk slick, get your whole myth flip by broke bow. Identity thieves, trying to keep us in that low glow. But we rise like eagles out the ashes from a no-go.
Hey, shout out my nigga Copper Draco. We going over here to Aboriginal Power. Would y'all eat this in East Indian milkshake?
Oh yeah, you
would y'all eat that milkshake right there? Would y'all drink that?
That sloppy
would y'all
syrup.
Drink that milkshake?
This shit look like throw up.
East Indian milkshake.
Oh hell no! Now we see why them East Indians
would y'all drink that?
Smelling like that.
Shout out my nigga back, man.
Titty
getting that information out.
Goat milk milkshake with green slobber. Oh man, that's that same water they cropped in the pot out with. Lord have mercy.
Would y'all eat that?
Is this? I can't believe these niggas, man.
Would y'all eat
I'm
that?
not going to East India. They got the worst street food possible.
Shout out my nigga Big Aboriginal Power. How about this? How about this one? Would y'all eat this one?
Yeah, this nigga.
Would y'all eat that? He's putting his foot in it. Look at this. Would y'all eat that? Indian food. Would y'all eat that?
I don't even know what the call is. What is this goop scoop? Right off the stoop? And he putting his bare hands in it.
Would you eat that?
I don't even know what to say.
East Indian food.
He
Would
gonna
y'all eat that?
literally spit in the season, giving it that
y'all eat that?
flavor.
He snotted in it. Would y'all eat that and spit in it? Would y'all eat that?
This is diabolical.
Shout out my nigga Bat, man. Shout out my nigga Bat. Let's do this. Empress Goddess, Nami. She did this one right here, man.
Nope, you're not. He's right, look. Don't argue with a native when he says
We're gonna
he's
play
a native,
this one back right here.
We are not natives.
We're not natives.
Nah.
See the difference? They're not us.
This is us right here. It's a difference. Shout out Navi for putting this one out. We ain't native. Them $5 Indians that crossed the so-called Indians that crossed the Bering Strait, those are natives. We the niggas that always been in here, that they did the 1968 Civil Act. We're gonna play that one back.
Bro, I had a major brain alert. Major. Check this shit out. Can somebody please explain why there are so many photos of white people coming in on boats? Specifically, coming here to America on boats. Coming here to America on boats in the 1800s. But I can't find no photos of so-called black people coming here on boats to America. Because according to their history, the last slave ship came here in 1858. Now here's where it get real interesting for me. So my 4 times great-grandmother, Delia Corsi, born around 1820, has an actual photo. And she still look young. So I'm guessing maybe this is 1845? Maybe 1850?
We're gonna play that one again. Shout out Nami, man. It's putting out that fire, man.
Nope, you're not. He's right. Look, don't argue with a native. When he says he's a native, he's a native. We are not natives. Not.
See the difference? They're not us.
Bro, I had a major brain alert. Major. Check this shit out. Can somebody please explain why there are so many photos of white people coming in on boats? Specifically, coming here to America on boats. Coming here to America on boats in the 1800s. But I can't find no photos of so-called black people coming here on boats to America. Because according to their history, the last slave ship came here in 1858. Now here's where it get real interesting for me. So my 4 times great-grandmother, Delia Corsi, born around 1820, has an actual photo. And she still look young. So I'm guessing maybe this is 1845? Maybe 1850?
Hey, shout out my nigga Sanchez, man. That's the next video coming up. Shout out
I'll
my
be pointing
nigga
out
Sanchez.
a nail
Black
in the
motherfucking
coffin
power.
that cannot be disproven, and it is the best explanation of how they are faking space that you will ever hear from any flat earther. A YouTuber by the name of Dave McKeegan recently put out a video entitled, "Can Space Deniers Explain This Video?" I am a space skeptic, or what you would call a denier, right? And I would like to attempt to expose or explain why space is F-A-K-E. You know, we got to do that for the algorithm, right? In Dave's video, he basically pointed out a lot of observations. He was showing astronauts floating around doing their thing aboard the space station. And he was pointing out that there's no way they could be performing all of these tasks with harnesses on. And I actually agree with Dave. I don't think that the harness theory is the end all be all, meaning that many flat earthers are skeptical of space, but they all don't agree exactly how it's faked, but they all agree that it's faked. So Dave pointed out a video that he feels is undeniable proof that space is real and that astronauts are floating around doing everything that we see them doing. And just to give you an idea, I'll give you a sneak peek of Dave's video.
Another suggestion is the use of wires, that the astronauts are suspended on a harness in order to allow them to create the impression of floating for long periods of time. However, if you watch like acrobats, having a pair of wires at your waist leaves you hanging feet down, and you have to be very physical to rotate yourself around. And even then, you wind up flipping back round to where you started. And even if you were able to get the harness points placed perfectly that you could hang balanced in any direction, the moment you extend your arms or you pick up any object, you would immediately move your center of mass, and so you would then become unbalanced. For example, the iconic scene in Mission Impossible where Tom Cruise is hanging just off the floor with a pair of wires around his waist. Tom actually explained in an interview afterwards that he needed to put coins in his shoes to keep him balanced because he kept tilting.
I went down to the floor and I kept hitting my face, bam, hitting my face, and the take didn't work. So I went up to the stunt guys and I said, give me, coins. So I put pound coins in and I hung on the cables to see was I level.
And even with those coins, you can see he still frantically needs to move his arms back and forth to control his center of gravity to stop him tilting. Yet in the ISS footage, we can see astronauts moving freely in all directions, moving their limbs about with no sudden changes to their balance either. To get that sort of effect on Earth would require multiple pairs of wires, such as being attached to their arms and legs as well, in order to allow full external control of the person's balance and to allow them to float around whilst essentially lying down, kind of like a puppet on strings. However, that creates its own problems. You can see astronauts moving between compartments through very small hatchways, and there are many clips with astronauts together floating past each other, which, if they were all on wires, would cause the wires to tangle up with each other. Now, for a while, the go-to challenge video to ask these conspiracy theorists to explain has been the 50-minute long ISS tour video, which involves astronaut Steve Swanson taking us on a detailed look around many different compartments of the ISS, all in a single unbroken video. However, I think I found a video that one-ups even that tour video for being undebunkable. This is a video on the European Space Agency's YouTube channel. It's just over 6 minutes long, and it takes the camera through the Columbus laboratory, through the JAXA's Kibo module, and finishes up in the docked Dragon capsule, ending with a view of Earth out of the window. Now, sure, you might be thinking, how does this trump the 50-minute tour? Well, the key difference is that this ESA video is a 360-degree video. This was part of a series of videos called Cosmic Kiss that were shot by ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer. Many of them are videos where the camera is in one spot and you can see the astronauts all working around it. There's one video showing a crew arriving at the ISS, and there's this one, which is a float through the space station, ending up at one of the windows looking out at Earth. But during the entire time, you can actually control the direction of where you're viewing and where you're looking, so you can look wherever you want. It's not like people can argue that they're using careful camera control to hide the views of the wires or whatever, because I've seen that claim previously made, that they're using an ISS interior mock-up with gaps in the ceiling for the wires to go through, and then they just CGI the ceiling back in afterwards. Well, this video allows you to view the ceiling as they are moving through hatchways into different compartments with not a single wire in sight. Not only that, but as Matthias moves into the Dragon capsule near the end, he has to pass through a very narrow gap between several white storage boxes, which would be pretty damn impossible to do with wires attached to him. Plus, the thing is in darkness and Matthias has to hold out a handheld light in order to find his way through. That would be some insanely complex CGI at play.
I'm gonna give a theory on how space is fake that can't be debunked. It can't be disproven. It can only be disagreed with, ridiculed, and mocked, but no one can say that's impossible. And to me, this is the nail in the coffin. It's so simple. And why wouldn't they do it if you understand that they make billions of dollars every year for people believing in space? People was buying into the space program before they actually proved that it was real. So why would they stop that budget when they figure out there is no space, which they found out during Operation Fishbowl? So they have all the reasons to want to fake it. There's a lot on the line for them, and I don't think the people in power had the integrity when they figured this out back in the day to literally report to the public that yes, the ancestors was right about the shape of the earth and space isn't what we thought it was. Do they have that kind of integrity? Will they end such a lucrative budget after finding out this ancient truth? Often the truth is a very simple answer. And when you come with the truth in the world of lies, the simple truth is met with ridicule and resistance versus legitimate rebuttals. So what is this nail in the coffin? What is this truth? Space is AI generated, everyone. This is my opinion. This is my theory. And I'm going to keep it and hold dear to it. Why? It can't be disproven. To understand the depth of my claim, watch this video that I'm about to play next. This is the introduction to a video from Morse Critical, as many know him as Penguins. But check this out, and later we'll show you why the timestamps is so important on here. The first 15 seconds, which is this intro, is very important to the argument that I'm about to make here in a minute. So let's check it out.
Now, I've seen some dumb shit in my time. I've reviewed games that felt like a digital lobotomy. I've watched trends that made me question the collective sanity of the species, but this takes the goddamn cake, eats it, shits it out, and then charges you.
Hey, if nobody comes up, I'm going to keep playing videos. The link's in the chat. DJ ZPE, have a good night, man. Good seeing you. Always respect. Nobody come up, I'm going to keep playing videos. The link's in the chat. Let's go.
Premium for the fertilizer. That's right, old man blabbering about AI videos again, but this time I'm not yapping about how common they are. I'm talking about how popular they are.
So basically, Morse Critical is doing this video on AI, and up until now, he's been reviewing fairly normal, moderate AI. It's not too advanced or complicated, but now at this part, he's finna get into how realistic AI is, that is almost indistinguishable from reality now, and he calls it deceptive AI.
Now, those are blatantly obvious AI. But we are.
Hey, have a good night, DJ ZPE. Good seeing you, brother. Peace out. To you and the family, brother.
We're also now seeing the rise of deceptive AI that tries to pretend that it's authentic, organic, real content. And unfortunately, it's getting pretty good. Sometimes it's hard to tell unless you're paying close attention. For example, how many of you even noticed that the first 15 seconds of this video that you're watching right now was AI generated? Wasn't real. It was fake. The intro was AI generated by a Reddit user, script, video, voice, all AI. None of it authentic, but convincing enough unless you're paying close attention.
The first 15 seconds of this video wasn't even real. Let's watch it again.
Now, I've seen some dumb shit in my time. I've reviewed games that felt like a digital lobotomy. I've watched trends that made me question the collective.
This shit, wow. You gotta watch these AI videos out here now. They got AI videos. Regular people are able to make AI videos. What y'all think? You say Jesus looking ass. Shout out JJ. Let's go.
Collective sanity of the species, but
that's fake. You got to realize that the AI software that he used to make that isn't even the best AI software. And what do we know for a fact? That the people in power have the best technology before we have it. What are the chances that the people in power has very advanced AI software that can just generate a video of astronauts floating around in space and everything, and people say, well, they don't got harnesses. How are they doing it if it's fake? It's simpler than you think. And I'm going to prove to you that this is possible with some good advanced technology like what we just saw. Imagine what the government got. Imagine what the government got if we just saw that video and it was fake. The lines between real and fake is being blurred, which is why you need to be questioning everything now, because the truth is being revealed in the world, but only a few will see it. I'm going to show you right now how this is totally possible. And like I said, you can't debunk this. You can't prove that they don't have the technology to do this when we got it. So what are we looking at now? We're looking at a real image of a real ISS crew member inside of the ISS mock version doing a little walkthrough. I just basically saved this image from off of Google. It is just a simple image of a guy crawling around a mock version of the ISS. So this is on Earth right here. This is not the real ISS. This is him in a fake mock version of it. I repeat. But I'm going to show you how powerful AI is. I can take this still image of him in this fake ISS capsule and turn it into a real movie of him literally floating around being in space. And just keep in mind that the AI video generator I'm using isn't the best one. So you kind of have to imagine that there are levels to these generators. And I'm sure that the people in power will have the most advanced AI generation technology. So let's just show you what the AI can do with this simple still picture. Let's check it out. I did several versions of this, and minus the little glitches on the face, the weird little mouth. I mean, if you perfect this technology, which I really believe they have, then you can literally fake space just by generating AI content, AI videos. Faking space is easier than we think. They don't have to use harnesses and all that stuff. The government have always been ahead of the masses when it comes to technology, and I'm sure they got some deep fake technology that's on steroids. So can't no one say that what I'm saying is impossible. They can call it stupid and, like I said, ridicule it and all that. But it's a very legitimate theory. We can't just knock it off the table, and it's very possible that this can be done. And in fact, this is a very simple, legitimate explanation if you wanted to just use Occam's razor, because all of the theories and the train of lies that they need to explain the legitimacy of space is all baloney. It's a bunch of malarkey and theoretical mumbo jumbo that makes no sense. What does make sense is that they've been faking it. It's a simple answer. We see Hollywood fake stuff all the time and make it look realistic. But AI is better than Hollywood. Now, I know a lot of people who believe in space are not going to like what I'm showing here, but space cannot be proven just by watching videos and saying, why would they fake it? That's not proof. And you can't get mad at the people that's seeking proof. At least they're not lazy. At least they want the truth. You just want to maintain the status quo, and you don't want to challenge anything that you were taught. But you can't get mad at others for questioning everything. People, the explanation that I'm giving right now is the best explanation from a flat earther to date. And it's one that can't be disproven. it can be rejected. It is so easy to fake space with AI. And we know they got AI. We know that they got very advanced AI that can do everything that I'm showing you. And that's capable of faking space and making it believable to everyone. And the only thing they will have to do is take a space crew, a ISS crew, and they can put them in a mock ISS set that's on the ground, because there's nothing out there. And I'll be doing more videos to prove that the ISS is fake. I'll be showing you arguments that debunk it. But this particular video is a response to Dave and his harness idea. I was never a big fan of the harness idea. I think my theory, my explanation right now is the best explanation from any flat earther concerning this matter to date, which is why you need to help make this video viral. So it's very easy to fake space with advanced AI, and we know they've been had AI, and we know that their AI has been
Hey, shout out my brother
far
Monty
way
Bay.
ahead
What's
of
good,
everyone
Monty
else's
Bay? Much
for a
love to
long
you and the
time.
family, brother. I got
The
you.
question would be, how
Good seeing you,
long
man.
have they been faking space?
Brother checking in
There's a
from
lot of red flags.
Japan.
Like during the time NASA was being formed was during the same time Photoshop was invented. So every picture that we ever got of the earth is Photoshop, and it's even been admitted to be Photoshop. When you think about that, and you think about the fact that Photoshop came into existence when NASA came into existence, and that's when we start getting all of these photos of space. This video is particularly responding to Dave McKeegan. He asked the question, can space deniers explain his video? I just explained it. I just gave a very legitimate explanation that cannot be disproven. Space is so easy to fake with advanced AI. All they would have to do is take a space crew or an ISS crew, whatever you want to call it, and they can put them in a mock space station that's on the ground and do just what I did in my example. They can take a still photo of the space crew, and they can put that still photo in an AI photo to video generator. And the photo to video generators that they got, like I said, they're on steroids. We showed y'all the generators that Morse Critical use, and he's just a regular person. He's not a government agency. He's using software that anyone can use offline. And it's looking very realistic. So imagine what they have to deceive the masses with. We can't trust nothing we see today, nothing on TV. If you send a speech from a president or an event unfold, how do we know that ain't an AI generated video? All they will have to do to fake space with this technology is take a crew, put them inside of the mock ISS that's on the ground, because we know ain't none out there
Any
in space.
topic, y'all.
Space
Any
is
topic.
fake.
Anybody can
And I'll
hit the
be
link.
doing
It's
a
an open
video to
topic.
debunk that even more, but we got to stay on track and only deal with Dave McKeegan's argument here. He wanted an explanation. I gave him one. They're not going to like it. And I'm predicting them because they're so predictable. They're going to laugh, ridicule, and all of that, but they're not going to disprove nothing I said. And they can't say it's stupid. They can't say it's impossible. And they can't disprove it, which is the most important thing. And if it can't be disproven, you can laugh all you want. Until you're disproven, I'm going to stand on it. They can take a space crew. They can put them in a mock space station on the ground and take a photo of them. And they can put that photo in a software that is called a photo to video generator. And they can write out a script of what they want the still photo astronauts to do when AI turn that into a movie. AI is going to turn the still photo into a movie just like I did. You're going to write the script out on what you want them to do. You can put the photo into the generator and write a little script. Make these astronauts float around and eat corn chips and do flips. Make them go through doors, make them tinker with devices. And then you put the still photo in and it comes to life. AI brings it to life. And it's so realistic that Any space believer would say, take that, flat earth. But again, people who don't want to question everything don't really want the truth, because they want tradition, which is comfortable. It's everything I've always known. But to get humanity to the next level of our spiritual evolution, we gotta get over this hump. We can't ignore it. Be sure to get in the comment section
shout out
and
my
let me
nigga
know
Bruh
what y'all
Sanchez,
think about
man.
this video. I will be
Hope it go
responding
viral,
to
man.
comments in the comment section. See y'all there. Peace and much love.
Peace, brother Sanchez. Excellent video, good brother. We're gonna move on to the next video. Shout out to Telehouse Publishing, man. Next video.
And
Nobody
as the
gonna come
scripture
up.
says, all things that are hidden shall
keep
be
playing
revealed, and
videos.
those things
Links in
done in
the chat.
secret
Anybody
shall
can
be
join.
exposed
Any
on the
topic.
mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. You watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news throw mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar, don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news throw mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They've become disenchanted. They've become disillusioned. They've become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
All right, peace and blessings, peace and blessings. All praises to the Most High. Just take a listen to this story. This is an unbelievable situation that happened in Marion County, Florida, that you just won't believe. And of course, I have to point out that the suspect in this instance was a white woman. Check this out.
This afternoon, we're learning more about the moments leading up to a gunfight that wounded a Marion County deputy. Investigators told us yesterday the woman accused of shooting the deputy pulled the gun out of her pants after she was arrested. This morning, Rihanna Hardin faced a judge charged with attempted murder, and court documents show us the deputy she's accused of shooting is really lucky to be alive in this situation. West 2's Tony Atkins, live at the sheriff's office. And Tony, deputies say Hardin was searched repeatedly.
Yeah, Jesse, and somehow this gun never turned up until they say she opened fire. And now a judge has her in jail, held without a bond, to make sure she doesn't try to hurt anyone else.
I was going to state, like, if you were to allow me to have a bond, then I would be able to maybe make a way to where I could pay for it.
22-year-old Rihanna Hardin made her first appearance in court on Tuesday after the Marion County Sheriff's Office says she managed to shoot a deputy while she was under arrest. She's now being held with no bond.
Flight risk, being from Bay County, it would not be appropriate to set a bond for you this morning.
The Marion County Sheriff's Office says she gave a fake name during a traffic stop. They also say she had drugs on her and her license was suspended.
He then proceeded to search all her pockets where he found the methamphetamine, the drug paraphernalia, and so forth. So he handcuffed her, put her in the back of his car.
As she was being taken, deputies say she was seen on camera fidgeting in the back seat, and she ultimately slipped her left hand out of the cuffs and at one point covers the backseat camera.
He did recognize this, pulled her back out of the vehicle, retightened her cuffs behind her back, searched the inside of his vehicle, placed her back inside his vehicle, and when they started for the jail, she was flexible enough to be able to maneuver her hands from behind her back to lift them up and grab hold of the gun, point it at him, and pull the trigger.
The deputy grazed on the side of his face, fired back.
If the deputy had his head turned in any other position, it could have hit him directly into his side of his head.
So how was the gun missed? Police records show Hardin had the gun tucked inside shorts she was wearing under her pants.
The reality of it is there's not always a female deputy available for searches, and he did do a pat down of her. He checked her waistband, checked all of her pockets.
Public Information Officer Valerie Strong says deputies are trained to do thorough pat downs and says a number of unique factors led to this, including her baggy clothes, small frame, and flexibility.
It's unique. It's not something that an average citizen can move and do. And it was just by the grace of God that the officer just received the graze wound.
Now, the sheriff's office here, they say that the body camera video from that shooting will be made available after the Florida Department of Law Enforcement completes its investigation. But coming up at 6 o'clock, we're going to take a look at the type of revolver deputies say Harding used when she fired those shots. I'm covering Marion County live in Ocala. Tony Atkins, West 2 News.
All right, so you heard the story. This methamphetamine head, this meth head who was driving around town at 1 a.m. in the morning, no license, car full of meth, gets pulled over, lies to the officers, and then they put her in handcuffs. Now, he said he patted her down and put her in the back of the car. Now, in the back of the car, she's fidgeting. She's covering up the camera, and he sees her get her hand out of the cuffs. He goes, pulls her back in, and retightens the cuffs. Retightens the cuffs, put her back in the car. Then she slipped out because she's so flexible and shoots the officer in the head. In the head, mind you. Now, this officer managed, they said the car crashed into a utility pole, and then he gets out, and then, he starts firing back. Now, mind you, the article said that she was only hit in the shoulders and the hips. In the famous words of Kanye West, how, Sway? How? I mean, I just did a story about a man who was just fighting off a police dog and get shot with an AR-15. Now, once again, I have to admit that she's a white woman. And so even the news coverage showed partiality to her. I think only one time they called her suspect. If they even called her one time in the article. They kept saying Harding, the woman, the citizen. No mention of how egregious her act was. They focus on how she was able to slip the gun by the officers, but not how egregious her act was. Like the lady did mention that the officer, if he'd have turned one way, then he might not have been here today. But where's the barrage of gunfire now? You see a lot of the holes in the truck. Now, that's from the officer shooting. But we've seen officers, when they get shot at or when they feel threatened by black people, they empty the clip to make sure the person is dead. And this girl walks in the court all willy-nilly, asking for a bond. Now, actually, they didn't even charge her with shooting the officer first. They only charged her with the possession, the giving false information, and the driving while license revoked. It took them a day to come back with the attempted murder charges. And so I look at this and I'm just in awe of how, this could go. That a couple of months ago, I did a story about another white woman who opened the car, opened the padlock of the gun box in the police car when she was in there, and grabbed the AR assault rifle and fired at the cop through the door. Once again, she was taken alive. And so, I just have, I'm just in awe of how these situations often end up so great for some people, and the mere running away from police, if you are black, gets you executed. I mean, just look at her. 22 years old. She looks like she's about 42. Faces of meth, as they call it. And not one time, mind you, did they go in depth about all of her criminal charges. Like even when she asked for the bond, the judge said, well, being that you are from Blade County, you're a fight risk, now I can't give you a bond. How about the fact that you snuck the gun in the police car and shot at the back of the head of an officer while he's already taken to jail? How about that being the reason for you not getting a bail? Like, he's just all, well, no, you're flight risk. Like, it seems like, he was on the beach somewhere. And again, where are all the courtroom full of deputies that showed up like they showed up when Rodney Hinton was accused of harming a deputy? This is the same thing. She attempted to take the life of the deputy. Why is that courtroom not filled with members of the sheriff department from all over the state of Florida? I mean, this happened a couple of days ago, and, it's just like it never happened. Never happened. Once again, the police liaison lady is just trying to explain away the situation. Well, she was just flexible. It was because of her baggy clothes, and there wasn't a female officer on the scene. Officers are trained to do thorough pat downs, and like, this lady didn't just try to kill a police officer high on meth. And so, when I saw this story, I was like, man, you can't be kidding. I literally just finished talking to the family member of a young man who was attacked by a police dog when they were trying to arrest him. And he fought the dog off, and they said he tried to stab the dog, so he was shot 3 times by 3 deputies. And he's no longer with us. This lady shoots a deputy in the back of the head, basically, and she gets taken alive. Incredible. Y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782.
Hey, shout out
as
to
always, thanks for
Telehouse
watching,
Publishing, man.
liking,
The brother
sharing,
just stating
commenting,
facts.
and subscribing to this channel. And, of course, peace and blessings.
Let's go to the next video, man. The link's in the chat. Anybody can come up, man. Nobody don't come up. We're going to do some video reviews.
This is an update to a story we brought you. Remember the principal who decided to call the police on parents who were trying to create remedy for their child, and other parents withdrew their children because of it immediately. I said on that show, oh, that principal will be gone. Well, that day has come. Put up the picture full mass. Now, this story has a couple of twists and turns, but the update is that Miss Teresa Rost, who's the principal of a Catholic school in Oregon, was fired from a job weeks after she called the police on Black parents. Mike, Phillips, and Karis Studemeyer. Those are the parents. They were there because they were meeting to address an incident in which their 4th grade son was called the N-word by a classmate. This is a dutiful parenting team. They are both there in order to have a conversation about a bullying incident with a racial context. As a reminder, the Medellin School in Portland, Oregon made headlines earlier this year after Mike Phillips and Karis Studemeyer. Phillips spoke out about a racial incident. They say it ended in a heated confrontation involving the school's principal, Miss Teresa Rost. The parents said they were called to the school in March after their son's classmate called him the N-word. When they met with the principal, demanded accountability, and pointed to a previous incident involving their older son that they claimed was insufficiently handled, the principal requested the couple to leave the grounds. But when they refused, she called the police. Now, in the 911 recording obtained by KGW, the principal can be heard requesting officers' presence at the school because of, quote, parents yelling at employees and refusing to leave. Quote, do you know what their names are? Asked the 911 operator. Oh, no, answered Principal Rost. Okay, are they white, black, Hispanic, Asian? Asked the operator.
Hey, shout
Second
out my
one
nigga Key. What's good, Key?
replied,
Much love and
raw.
respect to you and the family, brother.
Hey, salute, my
You understand what
brother.
she?
Salutes to you and the family, my
They're the
brother. I
second.
just saw you live. Wanted to tap in with you.
Yeah, I
Peace and
said
power.
let me do a quick, John. See who up at late night can't sleep, you know. But yeah, I was playing the video, brother. It's open topic. Whatever on your mind, you could talk about, man. You don't gotta talk about nothing I played.
Oh yeah, I was just tapping in with you. I'm up working, man, and putting some content together for tomorrow. I was posting some of my liquidation merchandise, and
I don't know why your mic went out. You went low, brother.
oh yeah, how about now? How about now? Is that better? That better, OG? Yeah, can you hear me, OG?
I can't even see.
Can you hear
You
me?
still talking? I can't hear you. Speak
Oh
up a
yeah.
little louder, Key.
Oh yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. It's my
Okay, yeah.
internet breaking up. It said my internet unstable. My bad. Go ahead. Keep on, brother.
Oh yeah, nah, man. I was just posting some of my liquidation products and working on editing some videos and working on my show for tomorrow. Man, I saw you on. I wanted to tap in with you. Whatever you building on, I can tap in with you for a minute, OGs. You're my guy, man. Salute.
Salute, brother. Appreciate you. Like I said, it's an open topic, man. I don't have no topic. I was just playing some videos just to play some videos, man.
Yeah, I want to say, I don't want to be harassed no more in the community. So, I'm putting out a public notice of cease and desist. Stop tagging me with the mess and the drama. I want to keep everything positive and productive. I've already found my true friends, my true brothers, my true family on the YouTube community. We not with the drama, so let's just grow and build together. That's my message.
That's a positive message, good brother. Appreciate you.
Yes,
As
sir.
always, love and respect over here, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Who is this guy, OG, on the video?
He basically a YouTube media person. It's called Undisputable with Rashard Ritchie. He's
What
like
you think about him?
say it again.
What you think about him?
Hey, some people say he boule. You know what I mean? He only covers like racist things. But for
Mm.
me, I ain't looking past racism. I ain't looking past, it's groups of people that, dislike other groups of people. So, I'm gonna keep bringing it out and bringing awareness to people, because some of us don't think racism is alive, but it's alive and haven't went anywhere. But, I was just playing this video. I really wanted to play this one right here.
I
I
agree.
just played a video where a lady shot the cop in the back of her head, and she's still alive.
Damn.
And she, going to court where, our kids, they be running from the cops and get on the lie. But I wanted to play, this video right here. Where it go? Right here about them killing 70-year-old woman, man. Where is it at? But yeah, it's open topic, man. I was just playing some videos to kill some time, man.
Well, yeah, I'm with you on that, OG. You saw the Black Fatigue joint that I got going. We're gonna make a series out of that. There's no way around racism. Racism does exist. It's something that we're gonna have to face. Head on. We definitely got to go through it. to get past it. There's no way around it. You know what I mean? So I'm with you on that, OG. We gotta talk about it.
Yeah, I just wanted to, play this video. Like I said, I played the other video. Let me play this video. If you want me to pause, just let me know, good brother.
A woman is dead after a police shooting in West Baltimore. It began with 2 calls for service for that woman, believed to be experiencing a mental health crisis here on Mosher Street.
I was just sitting in the house. I heard the helicopter pull up. I heard the helicopter first, and then I started hearing police cars back to back to back.
I was nervous. I'm still nervous because I'm like, this is too close to my home. It makes me want to move again.
Commissioner Richard Worley says police were attempting to get the woman to the hospital when she brandished a knife and started lunging at officers. They told her to drop the weapon, but were unsuccessful, later resorting to different methods to try and defuse the situation. And that's when things really took a turn.
A taser was deployed in an attempt to subdue her. The taser was ineffective, and the woman continued to lunge towards the officers with the knife. Officers persisted to give verbal commands in an attempt to de-escalate the situation and exit the house when the officer fell to the floor. When he fell, the woman lunged at the officer on the floor with the knife. A second officer behind fired 2 shots, striking the woman. She was transported to an area hospital where she was pronounced.
The officer who fell back has been taken to the hospital for a possible back injury. There have been 26 calls for service to this location since the start of the year. Worley called this an example of a growing national crisis. His department, as well as the Attorney General's office, will continue to investigate. In West Baltimore, Blair Sable, WMAR 2 News.
All right, peace and blessings, peace and blessings. All praises to the Most High. And this just in from Baltimore, that police have shot a 70-year-old woman in the back, as you heard the officer say, shot her from behind while she was having a mental health crisis in the Western District of Baltimore, Maryland. Now, I'm going to show you 2 more videos where that same police chief, Richard
shout out to Keith
Worley,
Lamont for sending me these videos.
Shame
Keith
to the
Lamont.
name Richard, because he's going to get caught in a lie trying to describe this hard to believe scene. Now they're saying that a 70-year-old woman was having a mental health crisis. They was trying to get her to drop the knife. She lunged at officers. One officer fell, and then she lunged at this officer, and then the officer from behind shot her twice, and she didn't live. Now, first of all, if a 70-year-old woman is lunging at you with a knife and you're a police officer, you have a lot of other options. You can move, you can put your hands up, you can take the knife, you can mace her. Evidently, this is one of the most superhuman strength 70-year-old women, because the taser was ineffective on her, and then she had to be shot. Now, I'm going to show you another news report, and this guy is going to literally lie when he's trying to describe this situation, because it's unexplainable. So it has to be lies involved, and in this, I'm going to point the lies out to you as he speaks.
To that other big story tonight, one that we brought you as breaking news a little bit earlier. Baltimore City police say an officer shot and killed a woman who lunged at them with a knife. It is now the second deadly police shooting in the city in just 8 days. Kelsey Kushner live in Baltimore City tonight. And Kelsey, you heard from Commissioner Richard Worley at that scene, who said officers were forced to fire when one of them fell, and that woman lunged at them with a knife.
Rick, well, that's right. The commissioner said that his officers on scene tried to de-escalate the situation when they saw that she had a knife. They told her multiple times to drop that weapon, but he says that she never did that. Instead, she lunged at police officers.
A call for help turned deadly Wednesday on Mosher Street.
I was just sitting in the house. I heard the helicopter pull up. I heard the helicopter first, and then I started hearing police cars back to back to back.
Investigators say around 2:30 in the afternoon, officers responded to the home of a 70-year-old woman who was experiencing a behavioral health crisis. Police say she was holding a knife, refused verbal commands to drop the weapon, and lunged at officers.
A taser was deployed in an attempt to subdue her. The taser was ineffective, and the woman continued to lunge towards the officers with the knife. Officers persisted to give verbal commands in an attempt to de-escalate the situation and exit the house when the officer fell to the floor. When he fell, the woman lunged at the officer on the floor with the knife. A second officer behind fired 2 shots, striking the woman.
The woman was.
All right, so keep that in mind. He said it again. A second officer from behind fired 2 shots, striking the woman. Now, that's the same thing you said in the first video, but watch this.
Pronounced dead at the hospital. Her name has not been released.
We've done an excellent job with training our officers, getting them to de-escalate these situations. Unfortunately, this one, they weren't able to de-escalate and it ended in tragedy.
Police flooded the neighborhood, putting up crime tape and setting up a command center. Neighbors say it was alarming to see the scene from their front door.
I was nervous. I'm still nervous because I'm like, this is too close to my home. It makes me want to move again.
Now, police are no stranger to that specific home. They tell WJZ tonight that they have received 26 calls at that house since January. Police also say that the officer that was injured when he fell was transported to a hospital, but he is expected to be okay. Reporting live tonight, Kelsey Kushner for WJZ.
All right, so that is the second article that you hear. Now, I'm going to play a third article, but once again, I have to reiterate that they had already been to this apartment 26 times. If you've been there 26 times, you are familiar with this woman. You know that she's going through a mental health crisis. You know she's probably not a danger. If y'all been there 26 times, what makes this time different? And, you know, they use vague words like lunge. They keep saying lunged. You know, that is a very vague thing, lunge. Like, what is a lunge? A lunge could be like that. You know, a lunge could, you know, a lunge is so vague, but you see how they use those vague words. And then, you know, they were forced to fire upon her. But now just watch this video. This video right here is going to expose the lies and trickery that you have to have in these type of situations. Just watch this.
A short time ago, Police Commissioner Worley talked about what happened here. We're going to show you the scene right now. This is what it looks like here in the 2700 block of Mosher Street, just at Ashburton Street. We have some video also of this whole situation. We know right now that a 70-year-old woman is dead. Police came to the 2700 block of Mosher Street around 2:30 this afternoon. They had received a couple of calls about a woman experiencing a mental health crisis. When officers arrived, she brandished a knife, according to police, and officers tried to talk to the woman several times. She was told to put that knife down as they tried to de-escalate the situation. Here's what Commissioner Richard Worley tells us about what happened.
We tried to talk to her. The fire department personnel tried to talk to her. That was not able to de-escalate the situation. And then it was determined that she was a danger to herself, several indications. So when the officers went in, they tased her. The taser normally has effect. It looks like she was affected for maybe a second, and then she got up and lunged towards the officer again, at which time he tried to exit the house and fell over a chair. A second officer tried to de-escalate with his taser, and then the woman unfortunately lunged towards the officer on the ground with the knife, and the third officer shot.
Did y'all hear that? And you actually heard the stutter with it. Just let's rewind, because he gives a whole nother different story than these stories that you just heard. And I'm gonna play those again so you can see that, you know, this is not an optical illusion. This is the same man, the same Richard Worley. Just listen.
Officers went in, they tased her. The taser normally has effect. It looks like she was affected for maybe a second, and then she got up and lunged towards the officer again, at which time he tried to exit the house and fell over a chair. A second officer tried to de-escalate with his taser, and then the woman unfortunately lunged towards the officer on the ground with the knife, and the third officer shot.
All right. Now you hear him say that they tased her, the officer fell, they tased her again, and then she lunged at that officer, then the third officer shot. But that's totally different than what he says here.
A taser was deployed in an attempt to subdue her. The taser was ineffective, and the woman continued to lunge towards the officers with the knife. Officers persisted to give verbal commands in an attempt to de-escalate the situation and exit the house when the officer fell to the floor. When he fell, the woman lunged at the officer on the floor with the knife. A second officer behind fired 2 shots, striking the woman. She was transported.
So there he says the woman was tased and they kept trying to give commands, and then the officer tried to get out of the house and then he fell. Then the second officer from behind.
Hey, shout out to Sorted Up Pedro. What's good? Grand Rouser, welcome to the platform. You want to tap in, Key? You know, they showing how these media reporters lie on the information on how they change the story up. Come on now. None of these officers had enough training to take down a woman with a knife, man. Make that make sense. None of these officers have any training with body armor, flak vests to protect their chest from bullets and knives. Make this shit make sense. You know, it just shows how the media covers up and lies for the police. Shout out my brother Key. Appreciate you coming up. Much love and respect, my nigga Key. The link's in the chat if anybody want to come up.
Behind shot the woman. But this is what he says here.
They tased her. The taser normally has effect. It looks like she was affected for maybe a second, and then she got up and lunged towards the officer again, at which time he tried to exit the house and fell over a chair. A second officer tried to de-escalate with his taser, and then the woman unfortunately lunged towards the officer on the ground with the knife, and the third officer shot.
And there he is stuttering all over the place. First it was the second officer, now it's the third officer he shot. And what's so sad about it, the black brother in the back nodding his head like that. Man, this is definitely getting out of hand, and they're trying to say, well, yeah, this is a part of a larger problem of mental health crisis. You hear him say, well, you know, these things, sometimes we're able to de-escalate, but oftentimes they end in tragedy. No, this is unacceptable. You shoot a 70-year-old lady in the back. There's nothing else that you could have done to that lady rather than shoot her twice in the back. A lady that you have already been to her house 26 times. A lady that is in the middle of a mental health crisis, talking about we determined that she was a danger to herself. And what kind of knife was it? You understand what I'm saying? Was it a butter knife? What is it, a kitchen knife? What is this? You know, they always was it a butcher knife? How could this 70-year-old lady harm an officer with all of these officers around? As many times as y'all jump on people and beat them up, y'all couldn't have jumped on the 70-year-old lady and got the knife away from her? Come on, man. And this is outrageous. Now, even the neighbor knows better than this. We're going to see the neighbor. And what's so bad about it, they didn't release her name until the day. And actually, this next video that you're going to see, they finally released the name of the 70-year-old grandmother after this black news reporter talked to a relative. And shout out to the other black news reporter that caught him in the lie, because maybe it was the melanin that made that lie, that stuttering, bumbling lie, talking about, well, she was tased, then the taser didn't work, and then, you know, the officer fell, then another officer tased her, and, you know, that didn't work, and then she lunged at that officer, and then the third officer shot her. But the first two articles, it was just one officer tased her, the officer fell, then the second officer shot her. Which story is it? Let's continue. Let's hear from the neighbor real quick.
We need to follow the deadly police shooting in West Baltimore that we first brought to you as breaking news at 4 yesterday. Police say they shot and killed a 70-year-old woman as she lunged at officers multiple times with a knife. WJZ is live. Stefan Dingle went back to the neighborhood where this happened. And Stefan, I understand you just got some new information.
Nikki, good evening to you. That's right. I was talking with the cousin of this 70-year-old victim, and we are able to confirm tonight that victim's name per the family. It is 70-year-old Pertasha Clark Brooks. Pertasha Clark Brooks is the woman who was killed inside of this home here behind me. And as far as, the community's reaction to this, I talked with the president of the Libert Improvement Community Association, and she said she was heartbroken when she learned of Miss Clark Brooks' passing yesterday. And so she basically told us that today she decided to hand out flyers to both mourn and heal with her community. In West Baltimore Thursday, Mosher and Ashburton streets were quiet, only disrupted by construction workers paving the roadway just as they did Wednesday when police responded to a behavior crisis call that ended with a 70-year-old woman dead.
In an attempt to de-escalate the situation and exit the house when the officer fell to the floor. When he fell, the woman lunged at the officer on the floor with the knife. A second officer behind fired 2 shots, striking the woman.
Even if you shot her, could she be shot?
Now, there he goes with the first narrative, the second officer. Now, once again, this guy is, as we just proved that, he's lying, making up this story as they go along.
Even if you shot her, could she be shot in the leg, in the foot, in the arm, in the shoulder where she had the knife, if she was coming down on you? Couldn't she be shot in the shoulder? This had to be shot 2 times and killed. 70 years old. I'm saying 70 years old.
Janet Bailey is the president of the Libert Improvement Community Association. She's grown up here, loves her neighborhood, and when she heard that a 70-year-old woman was killed by police, she cried and mourned what she calls a preventable loss. But more importantly, she saw an opportunity for her community to get some help.
She has rights too, and my prayers with her and her family. And I'm going to pass out these flyers today in the heat. Come hell or high water, our people need to know.
Needing to know and being aware of resources in the community, Janet Bailey went door to door and handed out resource information about the Turk House, which is a behavioral health and urgent care center just around the corner from where this happened.
Right. Put it like that so you can see.
No matter what, she wanted to honor a woman and a neighbor whose name she didn't even know.
I made a sign, I put it down on the corner of Mosher and Ashburton, say, we mourn our loss, because she's a part of our community. Whether I knew her name or not, she's still a part of this community.
Well, her name is Pertasha Clark Brooks, 70 years old. That family member also telling me tonight that sometime within the next 24 to 48 hours, the state's attorney has been in contact with them and will allow them to view the body camera video before it is released to us, the public. But so far as this investigation is concerned, the Attorney General's office continues to investigate, which is protocol for an officer-involved shooting. For now, we are live in West Baltimore here at 5 o'clock. I'm Stefan Dingle for WJZ.
Pertasha Clark Brooks, 70 years old, lost her life, as Miss Bailey said. And shout out to Miss Bailey out there passing out flyers in the hot heat, making people aware of the situation. But as she said, you couldn't shoot her in the leg. You couldn't shoot her in the shoulder. You couldn't grab the knife. You couldn't mace her. You couldn't tase her. You couldn't. All of these things could be done. Why did you have to shoot her in the back of all places? And, once again, the police, and I'm not even going to show his whole press conference. It's about 6 minutes long. But we've already proved that he's a liar by the different things that he said. I don't know what somebody asked him a question and tripped him up, or, the melanated brother was there and our super melanin, just like her super melanin, didn't allow the taser to work, because in his second version, he said they tased her twice and it didn't happen. His first version said they tased her once and the second officer shot him. But nevertheless, even the neighbors said, well, they had helicopters all around. Like, you're bringing helicopters for a 70-year-old lady. Like, at what point do we realize that, okay, these guys are just here to take her out? Like one article I read, and the neighbor, Janet Bailey, said they just able to take us out so quickly. And that's what it is, so quickly with no questions asked. You know, the investigation is going to come, and they, they're going to let the family see the body cam footage 3 or 4 days later after it already has been doctored. This is outrageous. This is something that, once again, people, always, sometimes criticize me. Why you keep sharing those stories? Why you keep sharing those stories? Nobody cares about black men dying and getting shot by the police. Well, do you care about a 70-year-old black woman then? How does this strike your sympathy chord? And they even have the nerve to ask, well, was the officer okay? Well, the officer fell over the chair. He's in the hospital being treated for back injuries. Like, now, this 70-year-old woman was so aggressive and made this officer, as he was exiting the building, once again, is he a klutz? He was exiting the building, then the woman lunged at him. They keep using that word, lunge. All right, so you know what? That's a lunge. I just lunged forward. This is a lunge. I just lunged forward. So that is that what she did? So they're very vague with this stuff, man. And man, it's high time, for us to call out their lives. And once again, we always got a brother in the back, a big goofy brother talking about agreeing with that narrative, man. We all know. Anybody watching this video know that they didn't have to shoot that 70-year-old woman. And if you do think that, then I just don't know what to tell you. But y'all see the video. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this in the comments. Rest in peace to the victim of this heinous crime, Patasha Clark Brooks. My prayers and thoughts go out to the family, and I hope we will get some semblance of justice in this situation. But nevertheless, thank y'all for watching, sharing, liking, subscribing to the video, and as always, peace and blessings. Scripture says all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. You watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news throw mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it, you should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar, don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it, you should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news throw mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it, you should tune into Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long, and they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied, and all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
All right, peace and blessings, all praises to the Most High. And this story highlights the lies and the trickery of law enforcement. This time is the law enforcement of Homewood, Alabama. And
hey, shout out my brother Brian's Flat Power guy, Grand Rising, brother. Shout out to sponsor Brian's. Hopefully everything good with you, Brian. Flat motherfucking power to the Flat Power family, man. Let's go.
In the shooting death of unarmed Jabari Peoples. He is a 18-year-old college student who lost his life in what police are calling a struggle But according to the witness that was with him, he was unarmed, he complied, and within seconds of encountering that officer in the park, he was thrown to the ground and shot. Just take a listen to this video, which highlights what the family says and disputes what police are saying.
The family of 18-year-old Jabari Peoples, who was shot and killed by Homewood police on Monday, says they're still waiting for a phone call from investigators.
Their attorney says the way police have handled this case and the lack of transparency is raising even more questions. Your reporter, James Giles, is live tonight after speaking one-on-one with the family's attorney. And James, there is a lot this family is struggling to understand, especially the fact that they claim they were not notified Jabari Peoples had died until the next day.
Yeah, Brittany, Steve, this is a call none of us want to receive as parents. But Jabari Peoples' family says it's especially painful because that call came hours after he was already gone.
The father was watching TV and saw that a young man had been gunned down in Homewood, and he thought, boy, that's just unfortunate. That's a sad thing. He had no idea that they were talking about his own son.
Questions are still swirling around about what exactly happened Monday night during the officer-involved shooting in Homewood that killed Jabari Peoples, an 18-year-old from Aliceville. It wasn't until the next day that his family even knew he was gone. By then, they say an autopsy had already been done.
I would say it's completely inappropriate. It's completely atypical for a victim like this to be shot, to be killed, and his closest of kin not even be asked to come identify the body. His mother, his father, they didn't identify him before he had an autopsy done or before he was moved to a funeral home. They didn't see him at all.
The family wants to see the body camera footage. 3 days later, they're still waiting. The law in Alabama allows families to see police body camera footage in cases like this, but it doesn't say when or how much of the video they can see.
We've done everything possible and everything Aaliyah's asked us to view this footage now, to view it immediately, and they won't even do us the consideration of giving us a timetable of when we can watch the video.
Right now, Aaliyah is leading the investigation. We asked when the family will be allowed to see the video. They say they will not be releasing any additional details at this time. We also contacted Homewood Police Department again about the video. They didn't respond. But in a previous statement, they say they're working with the family and Aaliyah to set up a time to view the body cam footage. But Maxwell calls that a facade and says the communication has been minimal.
If this video shows what we think it's going to show, then Homewood and law enforcement need to be prepared to take accountability for it.
And the accusation of the officer smelling marijuana near people's car?
All those things may be true, but it doesn't lead to death, all right? If you do something like that, it's a fine. If that was a young white man, you know, in a baseball t-shirt, officers, I think he's probably still alive today.
And Maxwell says Peoples' girlfriend, who was in the car with him that night, told the family that Peoples never had a gun, nor did he resist, despite what police say. Your reporter in Homewood, James Giles, WBRC 6 News, on your side.
All right, so there you hear the family's representative talking about how Alabama police handled the death of their son, not even calling them until the next day. The father had to see the death on camera. Now I'm going to play you another video which highlights what the police are saying, which contradicts what the family has said. And I'm going to read the family statement as well. But how do you justify not showing the body cam footage, not calling a family, doing an autopsy even before the family is notified and he is identified? And as of today, which is the 27th, and this happened on the 23rd, 4 days ago, the family has still yet to see the video, and the agency Aaliyah, which is probably the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency or Association or something like that, are delaying, probably taking time to doctor the tape and make sure it fits their narrative of 18-year-old Peoples, who was a college student from Aliceville, of him having a gun, which his girlfriend, who was at the scene, watched him die she totally denies. But just watch this other video of them trying to push that narrative, and also other family members denying that lie.
All right, thanks, James. And we're staying on top of breaking news out of Homewood. Law enforcement and loved ones are now speaking out after an officer-involved shooting left 18-year-old Jabari Peoples dead. ABC 3340's Olivia Gauthier has been following the story. She's out live at Homewood Soccer Complex right now, where that shooting took place Monday night. Olivia, what have you learned so far?
Brenda, the Homewood Police Department says that they've seen a recent increase in criminal activity out here at their athletic complexes. And they say that Monday night, a uniformed officer approached a vehicle out here, and 18-year-old Peoples was inside of that vehicle. Now, we're told that the officer smelled marijuana coming from the car. And after asking the passengers inside the car, Peoples and one other person to step out, that's where things took a turn. And the Peoples family says there's more to that story.
He did not, I repeat, he did not pull a gun. The officer was not injured. The young lady that was with him, she was a witness. She saw everything.
Homewood police said the officer was in uniform and a marked car when they approached the vehicle Jabari Peoples was in Monday night. In a new statement issued today by Homewood PD, authorities say the officer, quote, attempted to secure Mr. Peoples in handcuffs to effect an arrest for unlawful possession of marijuana and possible other charges, at which point Mr. Peoples began to actively resist. A physical struggle ensued, at which point the officer was knocked to the ground. They add that Mr. Peoples broke away from the officer and retrieved the handgun from the open driver's side door pocket, creating an immediate deadly threat to the officer. The officer, fearing for his safety, fired one round from his service weapon to defend himself. Deandra Peoples is Jabari's first cousin, and the family is claiming that's untrue.
It's bad enough that they killed, the officer killed him, but to be spreading these alleged events, what happened, and lying about it, you know, it's just not right.
Aliceville mayor, where Peoples' family is from, released a statement saying Peoples, a young black male, was gunned down while spending time at a park with a friend. And that statement by Mayor Terrence Wyndham, he goes on to add that his death has sent shockwaves through our communities and raised serious concerns about the circumstances surrounding the incident. He also demands Aaliyah and the Homewood Police Department to turn over any body camera footage and surveillance video to the public. Homewood police say that arrangements are being made for the Peoples family to view that body camera footage. And we know that Aaliyah is now investigating this situation moving forward. And you can view all of these details now on our website as well. We will continue to stay on top of this story and, of course, provide additional information as we have those updates. Live in Homewood, Olivia Gauthier, ABC 3340 News.
All right, and you are about to hear the family's lawyer dispute that fact that Aaliyah is working with the family to view that video. Now, before I read the family's additional statement, let's just break down what they are trying to say, that they were in the Homewood Athletic Park. There's increased activity, criminal activity in that area. The officer said he smelled marijuana, went to the car, ordered them out. All of a sudden, this 18-year-old college student without a criminal record, because you know if he had a record, they'd have put that out there, decides to fight the officer and reach for a handgun. The officer, quote unquote, fell. Where are they getting all of these clumsy officers that fall? And then feared for his safety and shot the young man. Now, of course, the family is disputing all of that. They said that the officer was in a marked car. But the family says he came up in an unmarked car with no lights and not identifying himself. Now, it's getting so bad that the mayor of Aliceville, the town in which Jabari Peoples is from, came to his defense and is demanding that they show some transparency. But let's take a look real quick at the family's official statement that has went pretty much viral and disputes everything that the police are trying to say. Now, this is the statement from the family. On the night of June 23rd, 2025 at approximately 9:30 p.m., our loved one, Jabari Latrell Peoples, was shot and killed by an officer affiliated with law enforcement in Homewood, Alabama, near Lakeshore Boulevard. At no point were we notified by law enforcement or medical personnel. Instead, our family was contacted by the Jefferson County Coroner's Office at 10 a.m. the following morning, over 12 hours after Jabari was pronounced dead. By the time we were contacted, his body had already been transported. An autopsy had already been conducted without our knowledge or consent, and we were instructed to send a funeral home to retrieve him. We were denied the right to identify him. We were denied the right to be present. We were denied basic dignity. Contrary to reports and assumptions being pushed publicly, Jabari was not armed. He was not aggressive. He did not resist, and he complied. He was approached by an individual in an unmarked vehicle with no lights, no sirens, and no visible identification. That officer exited the car, tapped on the window, and told the occupants to exit. They followed directions. Jabari complied, and within seconds, he was taken to the ground and shot. A witness was present. That person saw everything. There was no weapon. There was no threat. And once Jabari was shot, the officer took no life-saving action, no CPR, no medical attention, nothing. He was left to bleed out on the street. Jabari was a college student. He had a family. He had a future. He was unarmed. He complied, and now he's gone. We have not received a full incident report. We have not been given footage. We have not heard one word of explanation from the Homewood Police Department, but we have heard the lies. We've read the headlines, and we've watched attempts to twist this narrative. Let us be clear. This was not just negligence. It was a violation of Jabari's civil rights, of our family's human rights, of due process and decency. And we are demanding immediate public release of the full police report, all available body cam and dash footage, identification of the officer involved, a full independent investigation, accountability at every level, and we will pursue this case until the truth is fully exposed
Hey,
and
rest in peace
justice
to this
is
young
served,
man,
not
man.
only for Jabari,
My
but for every
condolences to the
family who's
family.
been forced to bury a loved one without answers. Say his name, Jabari Latrell Peoples. His life matter. His death will not be ignored, and his story will not be written. And again, let me offer my sincere condolence to the People family, all of those who love Jabari. We just cannot explain how they can do all of those things, not notify the family. It sounds like, once again, they are trying to cover up, trying to doctor scenes, trying to doctor even the body without the family being able to identify him before an autopsy is done and before he is shipped to a funeral home. We might even have to explore that body organ narrative. So I'm pretty sure the family will get their own independent autopsy done at this point. But finally, we're going to talk about who Jabari was. Like I mentioned, the mayor, Terrence Wyndham, actually spoke out and sent a letter to the Homewood police. Now, Homewood and Aliceville are two neighboring cities in Pickens County. Homewood is about 80% white and 10% black. Now, Aliceville is the opposite, about 80% black and 10% white. Now, if you're familiar with Pickens County is where the former Saints player Glenn Foster Jr. was traveling from New Orleans and lost his life at the hands of the Pickens County Sheriff Department. And his family is still fighting for justice in his death. So Pickens County has a reputation in my circles of being very racist, very violent towards black men. But just check out once again the family representative giving some more narrative on why this seems very, very unbelievable considering Jabari's character.
The family of the man killed by a Homewood police officer is fighting for the truth.
Jabari Peoples died Monday during a scuffle with an officer near Lakeshore Drive. WVTM 13's John Packey updates the family's battle to watch the body camera footage.
Jabari Peoples' family wants answers. Why did a Homewood officer open fire on the Aliceville teen Monday night? What exactly led up to that fatal decision?
If the goal is to trust law enforcement, if the goal is to have transparency and believe in those who wear the badge and serve and protect us, then we need transparency.
48 hours after his death, Homewood police did release more details. They claim Peoples ran to grab a gun out of his car when he was shot, that the officer's body camera footage backs up that statement. They even announced arrangements were being made to show the video to the family.
And when statements were released that someone was working with the family through Aaliyah or whoever to watch the video, we were excited about that. But it's just not true.
Family attorney Leroy Maxwell says so far Aaliyah has not made the video available to them. And despite the police department insisting the video shows Peoples going for a gun, his girlfriend maintains he was unarmed.
She was right beside him as he was dying. Never saw a gun before, during, and after. Never saw a gun whatsoever.
So 4 days after the fatal shot at the soccer park, Maxwell says the lack of transparency is sowing distrust.
And if we don't get the answers that we believe the family lawfully deserves, we'll have no choice but to file a lawsuit and enjoin Aaliyah or the city of Homewood and force them to produce that evidence.
Homewood police tell me they've turned over all the video evidence in this case to Aaliyah. So we asked Aaliyah about an update on the timeline of showing that video to the family. They told us they could not provide one. In Homewood, John Papke, WVTM 13.
And there you have, once again, the lawyer saying that they are lying about working with the family. And as the news reporter said, that they even told him that they don't have a timeline to when they can see the video. So why do you think they are denying the family the opportunity to see the video so they can doctor the video to make it fit their narrative? But once again, the eyewitness, his girlfriend, holds the truth. And she has already told the family that he did not have a gun. He complied. He was shot down unarmed.
Which is it's crazy because we were talking about how they doc videos with the space stuff. So the police is docking videos to make their narrative be seen. NASA doing docking videos to basically fake space. Man, this shit wild, man. Rest in peace to that young brother. And hopefully that family gets some answers, man. This shit is wild, man. Shit wild. I'm going to keep playing videos. Nobody want to hit the link. Nobody don't come up 10, 15 minutes. After a couple more videos, I'm going to call it tonight, man. Appreciate everybody tapping in, man. This shit wild, man. And shout out to Telehouse Publishing, man, doing the footwork.
By this cowardly officer. Now, we don't know who that officer is, but we do know who Jabari is. In this article, the lawyer says the identity of Jabari was released immediately. They tried to label him as a criminal trying to do something illegal, said Maxwell. However, we know Jabari. We know his character and we know who he is, but we don't know a thing about this officer. We don't know what his intentions were.
And they always try to lie and put a crime on our kids when they ain't doing nothing wrong, man. And that's why shit is wild, man. Even when we try to do right, go to college, get a job, take care of our family, you know, do the right thing, we end up still unalive, man. Shit wild, man. And I showed the video of the meth head woman. She shot at the cop in the head and she's still alive, man. Make this shit make sense. Anybody, please.
Phone call from investigators.
Their attorney says the way police have handled this case and the lack of transparency is raising even more questions. Your reporter.
In letters, you don't know whether you did a cost benefit.
That's the next video. I want to finish listening about this other video, man. This shit wild, man. Hold on.
Stephen, as always, it's great and a delight to talk to you here.
My bad. touch screen. My touch screen. Let's get back to that video. Right here, bam.
And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden.
Get to the point we was at, man. Hopefully everybody having a good morning, man. Hopefully everybody having a good morning, man. Any topic, open topic, man. Anybody can join the panel.
Opposite, about 80% black and 10% white. Now, the lawyer says the identity of Jabari was released immediately. They tried to label him as a criminal trying to do something illegal, said Maxwell. However, we know Jabari. We know his character and we know who he is, but we don't know a thing about this officer. We don't know what his intentions were, what his record was. And again, the mayor speaks out. Aliceville Mayor Terrence Wyndham, a former law enforcement officer, urged Aaliyah and Homewood's mayor to release the footage. Wyndham said, "It is an easy decision to stand by Jabari's side. He was always respectful. He was always polite. His interaction with law enforcement was well when we played football because they interacted with us every week," said Wyndham. So it's a bit outside of his character that seems to be trying to portray. Jabari's family is searching for a Northport police officer who saw potential in Jabari for a career in law enforcement, hoping to shed light on his goals. He was interested in a career in criminal justice, and he worked as a security guard with DCH Regional Medical Center. And so we have the mayor of the town, the neighboring town of Aliceville, who had interacted with Jabari, giving insight to his character. And so who are we to believe? Are we going to believe the police officer who killed him? The law enforcement agency who is refusing to let the family see the video footage? The law enforcement agency who didn't call the family until 12 hours? The law enforcement agency who didn't let them see the body or even ask them about an autopsy before they did it? Are we to believe them, or are we to believe the girlfriend who was there and said he was unarmed? Are we to believe the mayor of the town who interact with him on a weekly basis that speaks to his character? Who are we to believe? And so hopefully the family will get some undoctored footage, and hopefully that officer will be identified, and hopefully he will reap what he has sown, which is death and destruction. And so once again, rest in peace to the young brother, Jabari Peoples. Condolences to the family, and strength and prayers and comfort to all of those who love him. Thank y'all for tuning in to this video. As always, you see the number, 919-587-7782. Please let me know what you think about this situation in the comments. Yet another black young man gunned down under the auspices of committing a crime. As the lawyer said, even if there was marijuana smoking, which a lot of people do, that's a fine. What 18-year-old with a bright future college student is going to run and try to shoot an officer over a fine? Peace and blessing. As the scripture said, once again, all things hidden will be revealed, and all things told in secret
shout out to
will be exposed on the mountaintops.
We're going to go to the next
Ephesians
video.
5 and 11, take no parts the works of darkness.
We're going to go to the next video. Make sure y'all sub up to that brother channel, man.
In letters, you don't know whether you did a cost-benefit analysis, right?
I don't know. I know that. I don't know anything about that Washington Post article.
No, do you know anything about the Defend the Spend initiative?
About what?
The Defend the Spend initiative that your agency has. You don't know about it. Will you commit today that neither you or anyone else at HHS will take any retaliatory action against the brave scientists that work at NIH? This should be an easy answer because it's illegal.
I can commit that we are absolutely depoliticizing science at NIH.
Will you commit that you will not take any
Biden administration
Excuse me.
Ms.
Excuse me.
Ms. Chairwoman, the Biden administration politicizes science, and I just gave you 3 of thousands of examples of how they did that.
Excuse me, sir. I asked you a simple question. How many HHS employees received RIF notices since you were sworn in?
I think around 10,000.
10,000. Did you personally approve those layoff decisions?
Of each one, I approved of the policy.
Thank you. You approved the policy. Your NIH director, Jay Bhattacharya, told employees, quote, I actually don't have any transparency into how those decisions were made, and I was quite upset about that. It would have been nice to have some say.
My concern here,
the citations
my
were
concern
corrected
here
in one
is
day.
that you and this administration are undertaking vast changes to our federal public health system and using purported facts and gold standard evidence that you claim to have as justifications for your decisions, actions, and frankly, your decimation of our nation's public health infrastructure. Yet, what you are relying upon isn't real. It isn't data-driven, and it isn't based in fact, science, or reality. Sir, it's wrong. As the secretary of one of the most consequential departments within our federal government, mischaracterizing data is not just some typos in a report that gets put on a shelf. Instead, your words and your words of your department carry significant weight. Do you agree?
The
Does it carry
citations in that
significant weight?
report were wrong.
The
That was
question,
a mistake. They were
questions-
corrected within
and there-
24 hours.
Yeah, but there were wrong still even after that, and they're wrong still today.
There were no
So do you
erroneous
believe that
factual
your
assertions,
words
Congressman.
carry significant weight?
There were no erroneous
Do you
factual
believe your
assertions.
words carry significant weight?
There were no erroneous.
Secretary, members of this subcommittee sent you letters seeking information on February 13th, February 28th, March 13th, March 20th, March 25th, April 1st, April 3rd, April 9th, April 10th, April 11th, April 28th, April 29th, May 28th, June 10th, June 11th, June 17th, June 22nd, and June 23rd, to which we have received no response from your agency whatsoever. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter these into the record, please.
Without objection.
Thank you. On June 16th, a federal judge ruled a large swath of NIH grant terminations illegal and void and vacated them, requiring that the grants resume. These grants deal with science that is disfavored by this administration, as we just heard from the witness. Judge William Young, a Reagan appointee, said that the administration's explanations for terminating the grants were, quote, bereft of reasoning virtually in their entirety, end quote. He added, quote, I've sat on this bench now for 40 years, and I've never seen government racial discrimination like this, end quote. Mr. Secretary, I have a yes or no question. Does the department intend to comply with Judge Young's ruling? Yes or no?
I will comply with
yes
the
or
law.
no, sir?
I'll comply with the law.
Thank you. As reported, in your opening statement, Mr. Secretary, you said that you're committed to reducing bureaucracy. But as reported in the Washington Post on April 17, 2025, HHS imposed a new layer of bureaucratic review by which every disbursement has to go through political appointments at HHS. Hospitals, universities, and community health organizations have told me and the other members lately that funds are stuck at HHS due to this so-called Defend the Spend initiative. I asked you about this in the April 23rd letter over 2 months ago, to which you have not responded, and I'd like some answers. Yes or no? Did HHS
Buddy! That's just funny, bro.
in letters, you don't know whether you did a cost-benefit analysis?
Based in fact, science, or reality, sir, it's wrong. As the secretary of one of the most consequential departments within our federal government, mischaracterizing data is not just some typos in a report that gets put on a shelf. Instead, your words and your words of your department carry significant weight. Do you agree?
The
Does it carry
citations in that
significant weight?
report were wrong.
The
That was a
question,
mistake. They were
questions-
corrected within
and they're-
24 hours.
Yeah, but they were wrong still even after that, and they're wrong still today.
There were no
So do you
erroneous
believe that
factual
your
assertions,
words
Congressman.
carry significant weight?
There were no erroneous
Do you
factual
believe your
assertions.
words carry significant weight?
There were no erroneous.
Secretary, members of this subcommittee sent you letters seeking information on February 13th, February 28th, March 13th, March 20th, March 25th, April 1st, April 3rd, April 9th, April 10th, April 11th, April 28th, April 29th, May 28th, June 10th, June 11th, June 17th, June 22nd, and June 23rd, to which we have received no response from your agency whatsoever. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter these into the record, please.
Without objection?
Thank you. On June 16th, a federal judge ruled a large swath of NIH grant terminations illegal and void and vacated them, requiring that the grants resume. These grants deal with science that is disfavored by this administration, as we just heard from the witness. Judge William Young, a Reagan appointee, said that the administration's explanations for terminating the grants were, quote, bereft of reasoning virtually in their entirety, end quote. He added, quote, I've sat on this bench now for 40 years, and I've never seen government racial discrimination like this, end quote. Mr. Secretary, I have a yes or no question. Does the department intend to comply with Judge Young's ruling? Yes or no?
I will comply with
yes
the
or
law.
no, sir?
I'll comply with the law.
Thank you.
What's good, Richard? Get your mic together. Mic check, Richard. You know, I want to say, I played a video a while ago with RK in it, RFK in it, exposing how the CDC was not giving good information. They were lying to the people now. They're trying to act like, because they fired a lot of people from the CDC, that, you know, they're doing wrong. You know, and we see, I'm going to play the video before I leave of how these people lied about the C-19 and how they still lying about the C-19, how they still covering up about the C-19. And you got these people out here still trying to protect Big Pharma and this corporation over the CDC. And that's what they're talking about. The C-19, the CDC, because that's what he's in charge of now. So, you know, I'm going to show the contradiction and the lies that they have. That's somebody defending Big Pharma that's talking in Senate and trying to cover up like Trump and them, you know, basically what they doing, dismantling the CDC. But I got another video showing how the CDC has been lying and giving people bad information. And that's what these people over here that's arguing with RFK is talking about records, CDC, why y'all fired these people when we know that the CDC has been lying about the safety of these vaccines because the Congress gave Big Pharma immunity. So they still trying to cover up for Big Pharma and trying to, you know, go at RFK on what they're doing now. But we seen the CDC lying to the people and admitted lying. And how they push these doctors to push this C-19 thing. But we're going to play some more of the video. And Richard, you're welcome to come back, man.
Thank you. As reported, in your opening statement, Mr. Secretary, you said that you're committed to reducing bureaucracy. But as reported in the Washington Post on April 17, 2025, HHS imposed a new layer of bureaucratic review by which every disbursement has to go through political appointments at HHS. Hospitals, universities, and community health organizations have told me and the other members lately that funds are stuck at HHS due to this so-called Defend the Spend initiative. I asked you about this in the April 23rd letter over 2 months ago, to which you have not responded, and I'd like some answers. Yes or no? Did HHS conduct a cost-benefit analysis on the defend the spend procedures?
I don't know anything about
You don't
that
know,
Washington
okay.
Post article.
In letters, you don't know whether you did a cost-benefit analysis, right?
I don't know. I know that. I don't
Okay.
know anything about that Washington Post article. I
No,
don't
do you
believe
know
it's
anything about the Defend the Spend initiative?
About what?
The Defend the Spend initiative
No.
that your agency has? You don't know about it. Mr. Chairman, I have an article here dated April 17, 2025 about the Defend the Spend initiative. I'd like unanimous consent to enter it into the
Without objection.
Now, in Mr. Secretary, on June 9th, hundreds of NIH scientists sounded the alarm on how this administration has wasted millions of research dollars, injected politics into science, and damaged the public trust. 68 Nobel laureates signed this letter. On June 10th, we sent you a letter. Of course, we haven't gotten a response with our concerns that you or your staff might retaliate against them for telling the truth. So here's my question. Will you commit today that neither you or anyone else at HHS will take any retaliatory action against the brave scientists that work at NIH? This should be an easy answer because it's illegal.
I can commit that we are absolutely depoliticizing science at
Will
NIH
you
for the
commit
first
that
time.
you will not take any
Biden administration,
Excuse me.
Ms. Chairwoman, the Biden administration politicizes science, and I just gave you 3 of thousands of examples of how they did that.
Excuse me, sir. I asked you a simple question. Will you commit to not taking retaliatory action against the NIH scientists that signed the letter about the research dollars? Yes
I don't
or no?
know anything about that letter.
You don't know about the letter?
No,
okay.
I don't know anything about that letter. This is the
Okay, well,
first
we'll
I've
put
heard
that,
of it.
we already put that, our question in the record. I'd like a response. Now, in my last few minutes, in our letters dated February 28th, April 1st, and May 28th, to which you did not respond, we have some questions about reductions in force. How many HHS employees received RIF notices since you were sworn in?
I think around 10,000.
10,000. Did you personally approve those layoff decisions?
Of each one, I approved of the policy.
Thank you. You approved the policy. Your NIH director, Jay Bhattacharya, told employees, quote, I actually don't have any transparency into how those decisions were made, and I was quite upset about that. It would have been nice to have some say. I guess I'll follow up with more written questions, Mr.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Dr. Ruiz, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier, Secretary Kennedy, you said you wanted to instill trust using truth, evidence-based, gold standard science. But Mr. Kennedy, in late May, the so-called, quote, Presidential Commission to Make America Healthy Again released what HHS described as a, quote, groundbreaking assessment that purported to identify the key drivers behind childhood chronic disease. Improving the health of America's children is a goal I share, and I recognize this is a passion of yours, Mr. Secretary. That is why I was struck to learn that the report was riddled with mistakes, misconstruing and intentionally or not misstating key references, data, and evidence that either do not exist or are not accurately reflected in the report. When journalists reached out to many of the authors of the studies included in the MAHA assessment, numerous researchers and academics stated that they never wrote the papers as cited, or the papers cited didn't even exist altogether. Mr. Chairman, I want to submit these 3 news reports on these miscited documents from notice from May 29th and May 30th.
Without objection.
Ms. Secretary Kennedy, you're listed as the chair of the commission. Did you read the report and fact-check its sources prior to publication?
All of the factual
Did you read the reports, and did you yourself fact-check them, sir?
I did not fact-check
You did not fact-check. So why then, as has
all of
been
the
widely reported, excuse me, sir, I'm
that-
speaking. Why then did the report include a citation to sources that don't even exist? How does that happen under your leadership, sir?
All of the foundational assertions in that reporter accurate?
They did not
Some of them-
exist. How can they be accurate if they did not
I said
exist, sir?
Some of the citations
You know, in
were-
fact, my understanding
Some of the
is that
citations
even
were
once
messed
the
up for one
report,
day,
even once the
for one-
report was updated, more authors and researchers came forward stating that their research was misconstrued. This is quite unbelievable, sir. In fact, I was a pre-med at UCLA. They have a great pre-med program. If somebody turned this in as an undergrad to their professor at UCLA, they would have received an F, sir, an F for the misinterpretation, the falsehoods, the denials, and also citing references that don't even exist. That's lying and dishonest, sir. My concern here
The citations
my
were
concern
corrected in
here
one
is
day.
that you and this administration are undertaking vast changes to our federal public health system and using purported facts and gold standard evidence that you claim to.
Like I said earlier, they're pissed because Trump didn't dismantle the CDC. And like I said, in the next video, we're going to show how the CDC was covering up the safety of these vaccines, of that COVID-19. But yet these people still trying to protect Big Pharma and protect the CDC when we know what the CDC has done. The CDC funded and sponsored the Tahiti experiment, where they purposely gave a certain group of people syphilis. That was CDC approved. Look it up. But we're going to finish the video, man.
To have as justifications for your decisions, actions, and frankly, your dissemination of our nation's public health infrastructure.
Much love and
Yet,
respect.
what
Grand
you are
rising,
relying
brother.
upon
Appreciate you
isn't
tapping
real.
in.
It isn't
Keep crazy
data-driven,
overstand.
and it isn't based in fact, science, or reality. Sir, it's wrong. As a secretary of one of the most consequential departments within our federal government, mischaracterizing data is not just some typos in a report that gets put on a shelf.
It's the
Instead,
same
your
thing that
words
the
and your words of your
CDC
department
did,
carry significant
but you
weight.
ain't
Do you
talking
agree?
about the CDC.
Does it carry
Citations in that
significant weight?
report were wrong.
The
That was a
question-
mistake. They
the
were
questions-
corrected within
and they're-
24 hours.
Yeah, but they were wrong still even after that, and they're wrong still today.
There were no
So do you
erroneous
believe that
factual
your
assertions,
words
Congressman.
carry significant weight?
There were no erroneous
Do you
factual
believe your
assertions.
words carry significant weight?
There were no
Does
erroneous
the
factual
do you
assertions.
believe that the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services plays an important role in upholding scientific integrity?
Yes.
Okay, so then, in fact, what is most striking about this is that you've also threatened to bar governmental scientists and researchers from publishing in top medical journals. You've barred them from publishing.
And that's the same thing they did, with our history. They told them scientists, archaeologists, if you don't push this Darwinism or out of Africa narrative, you're going to lose your credibility. It's the same thing they did with history, repeating itself, like they're doing now with the World Health Association. They did this archaeologists, the history. They put them up against the wall and told them, you're going to push Darwinism, you're going to push this out of Africa narrative. We ain't going to let them know nothing about America. And if you don't push this narrative, you're going to lose your livelihood. Same thing. I hope y'all see that, man.
In top reputable medical journals and instead propose, quote, creating our own journals in-house. The idea that we would limit the ability for federal researchers to publish.
I'm just showing a pattern, the same way they did with history, making us African, with the archaeology, discovery, Lucy Bones. all the bones. They did the same thing to the archaeologists that they did to these doctors. And like I said, after this is basically Congress or the Senate going after Trump and them for dismantling the CDC. Because these people don't want to make America healthy again. They want America jabbed up and continuously jabbed up and controlled by Big Pharma. That's what the guy holding that with the F in his hand. They upset with Trump and RFK because they dismantled the CDC. But we know the CDC has been lying about the safeties of these vaccines. And that's what I'm going to show in this next video. Because this video almost over, man. I hope y'all seeing this. Let's go.
In the most preeminent medical journals and instead have HHS just publish more reports like their MAHA failed assessment, lacking the scientific rigor, accuracy, or peer-reviewed criteria that are required by leading journals should worry us all for the future of medicine and innovation. Sir, you mentioned that building...
Like I said, they're double talking because this next video is going to show how peer reviews, everything he just mentioned, has been corrupted. What he just mentioned has been corrupted. The CDC, peer reviews, scientists, researchers, top medical journalists, peer reviews. Let's get back to the peer reviews.
And upholding
how they've
scientific
been lying
integrity.
to the safety of the people about the vaccine.
Then,
And
in
how
fact,
Congress
what is
gave
most striking about this
Big
is that you've
Pharma
also threatened
immunity.
to bar governmental scientists and researchers from publishing in top medical journals. You've barred them from publishing in top reputable medical journals and instead proposed, quote, creating our own journals in-house. The idea that we would limit the ability for federal researchers to publish in the most preeminent medical journals and instead have HHS just publish more reports like their MAHA failed assessment, lacking the scientific rigor, accuracy, or peer-reviewed criteria that are required by leading journals should worry us all for the future of medicine.
They use with the out of Africa narrative, peer reviews, Lucy Bones, all the above. And the next video, like I said, gonna show how corrupt the peer reviews is. But let's go, man.
And innovation. Sir, you mentioned that building trust was a priority number 7. You have failed already in building that trust. How can we trust you when in your report under your leadership...
so did the CDC, and so did the doctors, and so did Big Pharma. They failed the people lying about the safety of this COVID-19 shit. And that's what I'm going to show in the next video.
When you're the chair of this report, has false information and makes up research that didn't even exist.
Same thing that the CDC did.
Chairman,
you left me no time to answer the question.
A reminder of my time.
Tahiti experiment. Now we're going to go to the next video where this was about 2 weeks ago. And that's what they argue when Trump and
RFK Jr. just fired every single member of the CDC's Vaccine Advisory Board. And if you understand how rigged their trials have been for decades, you will understand why. The media is not telling you this. They're saying, oh, it's so dangerous that he just fired this board. But let's take a look at what they've been doing all these years. And you'll ask yourself, why haven't they run clinical trials? I'm going to show you why. Why has the media been pretending that they do, as if they don't care, as if they really want to protect Big Pharma and not their own readers? That's weird, right? Summer is here, and so are the possibilities for those dark marks, sunspots, blemishes that the sun leaves behind. Until now, Genucel has a dark spot corrector that visibly fades away dark marks, sunspots, and scars, and other signs of discoloration all over your skin. It's formulated with their patented LumaSkin It has a revolutionary new ingredient and Genucel's legendary base, shown to visibly reduce age spots, sunspots, and uneven tone for a brighter, more youthful look. You'll be amazed at how quickly you'll see results. And so then you can go and safely enjoy the summer sun without worrying about what it does to your skin. And you'll get guaranteed results or your money back, no questions asked. Right now, you can get your dark spot corrector with every Genucel complete skincare package for over 70% off. Plus an extra discount automatically applied at checkout for world-class skincare that works, guaranteed, or your money back. You can order yours right now at genucel.com/redacted. One more time, that's genucel.com/redacted, and you'll get a free spa box with 2 bonus gifts and free shipping. So here is Secretary Kennedy's announcement that he just retired all 17 members of the ACIP. This is the board that is responsible for adding new vaccines to the recommended schedule. Now, he is accusing them of what he calls malevolent malpractice, and I'm going to prove to you that he's right. The main reason for the house cleaning, according to Kennedy, is their stubborn unwillingness to demand adequate safety trials before recommending new vaccines to our children. And here is where he says that today, a compliant child receives between 69 and 92 routine vaccines through conception to the age of 18. That's up by 11 shots since 1986, and each of them has been approved without requiring placebo-controlled trials. He is absolutely right about that, and the media is trying to pretend that that's not true. I'm going to show you exactly how the media protects vaccine makers, and absolutely they lie to you, and your hatred for them should grow. I'm not telling you how to feel, but I'm telling you that's an appropriate way to feel. CNN tried to purposely confuse its audience about this in an attack on this move in RFK Jr. They admit here that out of 258 vaccine trials, only 127 used inert placebo. That means like a sugar pill or saline solution or something like that. It's a shot without any active ingredients. The rest used other vaccines. That means they're trying something like a flu shot and they'll try it against a different flu shot. Instead of acknowledging that this proves RFK Jr. right, they point out the rarity of true placebo trials, spinning it as if the volume of any trial somehow debunks the concern. They essentially redefine placebo to include active ingredients, which is not what a placebo is. Here's the nuance to understand. Vaccine makers and doctors might say they have to skip a true placebo. They can't give the control group nothing because if, for instance, that vaccine has some kind of benefit, they can't deny it to the placebo group, right? So they're saying in their way, withholding a potential benefit vaccine is wrong. So instead of comparing a vaccine to a group that gets nothing, they compare it to an older version of the vaccine. So let's take, for instance, GlaxoSmithKline's DTaP vaccine. It covers 5 different diseases, and the label boasts 14 clinical trials, but every one of those trials, the control group didn't get a placebo. They got other vaccines with something added, such as polio or hepatitis B or some combo shot. So the vaccine was only tested against other vaccines, not true blank slate. That's not safety science, that's marketing. Go ahead, Philip.
It was David.
Well, there is a medical ethics that they are bastardizing here, because if you have your 2 control groups, one on placebo and one on the active ingredient, there comes a threshold when the vaccine, like if they're making a vaccine and it's showing like great result, then it becomes unethical to continue people on the placebo. However, if you don't have that initial, if you're not comparing it to anything, like this is just like a bastardization of medical ethics, of the ethics on this.
Thank you for pointing that out. That's exactly what it is. What it is also is a purposeful burying of side effects. Now, this is something I learned from the fantastic book, Turtles All the Way Down. Absolutely think everyone should read this book. They say it's not an accident because using a fake placebo is how the vaccine makers can bury harms, because if both groups are suffering a side effects, the data looks clean. It's a statistical campaign. camouflage. Here's how they pointed out, and I had to scan the book because I don't have a digital copy. What they're saying is that how vaccine trials test new vaccines against older vaccines can cause similar side effects. So if you're worried that your new expensive vaccine has a bad side effects, you don't want to admit it, so you test it against something you think will cause the same level of side effects. So let's say your vaccine causes hives or myocarditis, but it doesn't cause it more than the one in the placebo, then you don't have to admit that. This creates what looks like a safe profile because the adverse events in the control group are the same as the placebo. So you can say, like, no increased risk of myocarditis, no increased risk of hives or whatever, and that cycle continues. So, and then when the next vaccine is issued, it's not tested against a placebo. You never observe this. You're only testing it against last year's. That's how the flu vaccine is tested. And in fact, that's how every vaccine.
Wasn't they talking about peer reviews and medical science evidence? Wasn't they talking about that in the last video? And then, like I said, after this one, I got another one. Fair use, fair use.
Vaccine is tested, except for the COVID vaccine, which was tested against a true saline placebo. Now, this means that when vaccine makers report that their product is X% effective against whatever, they're only saying it's X% more than the group that got something similar, not people who received no vaccine at all. So why wouldn't CNN want you to understand that? You would think they would care more about you, their reader, their audience, than the vaccine makers, right? Not only that, they went on to pretend that this is not true. This is the nuance they are refusing to report to you. Additionally, this is something else they won't tell you. The vaccines on the vaccine schedule have never been tested together. They have no idea how they work together. So I may give you a DTaP and a whatever, I don't know, HPV vaccine in the same day. Never has there been any trials to test how they work together. We just mix and match. We don't, like, you know how you're not supposed to take a Sudafed with a NyQuil? You know, they have some data on that. Vaccines, they don't know. They're trying not to know purposely. So that's the data they don't want you to know. Secretary Kennedy says he will announce new ACIP members in the coming days. He says they will not be ideological anti-vaxxers, but highly credentialed physicians and scientists who make extremely consequential public health determinations by applying evidence-based decision-making with objectivity and common sense. I mean, what could be worse than what they have now? Now, CNN saying, oh my God, he replaced them so fast. This is so dangerous. We don't know what these new people are going to be like. They haven't been vetted. But look at what the people on that board have been doing. They're dangerous. So I'm asking you to answer this question. Who's dangerous here, and who's really been playing with your child's health?
Well, I mean, CNN is focused on power. They don't care about your family's health at all. Of course, they're making money off of Pfizer and these other, brought to you by Pfizer, and all of that.
Yeah.
And also, these guys don't get to scream, trust the science, trust the science, when they won't actually do the science.
Well, I just showed you exactly how the science is done, and it's bullshit. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't mourn the unemployment of those 17 people if that's how they've been doing it all along.
We're going to go to the next video right here. I hope y'all
I couldn't
see
be
it.
more pleased to announce that
How this
as of
shit is
today,
going.
the COVID vaccine for healthy children and healthy pregnant women has been removed from the CDC recommended immunization schedule. We're now one step closer to realizing President Trump's promise to make America healthy again.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has stopped recommending routine COVID-19 vaccinations for pregnant women and healthy children, U.S. health regulators said on Tuesday. The U.S. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. made the announcement in a video posted on social media. He said that the CDC's immunization schedule has been updated to remove these groups from routine COVID-19 shot guidance. Kennedy praised the move, saying it was a step toward fulfilling Trump's goal to make America healthy again. Kennedy, a longtime vaccine skeptic, now oversees U.S. health policy under the Trump administration. The CDC's shift follows an FDA decision to restrict annual COVID boosters to high risk and older Americans. The FDA now wants new COVID shots to undergo full clinical trials before approval for low-risk populations. Kennedy said the shot wouldn't be advised for healthy pregnant women, but didn't define who that includes. The change from the CDC comes a week after Food and Drug Administration Commissioner Marty Makary announced the agency planned to restrict the use of COVID shots to older adults and children and adults with underlying medical conditions. Remember, Kennedy has a long history of opposing vaccines and called the COVID shot the deadliest.
See, and that's where they're lying at. Basically, RFK is okay with immunization. He just ain't okay with COVID-19 and those shots, but he's okay with immunization, and I'm not okay with immunization. Immunization was killed my daughter, and they covered it up. So that's just why I do what I do with this immunization and this COVID thing, man. Now they letting us talk about it. We ain't getting striked. We need to be talking about it more, man. But we're going to keep listening.
Vaccine ever made. His claims have been widely disputed by health experts who cite stronger risks from COVID itself. Under Kennedy, the FDA slow-walked the approval of Novavax's shot before approving it earlier this month. In an unusual move, the FDA limited its use to people 65 and older and teens and adults with at least one condition that puts them at risk for severe illness.
Hi, everybody. I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary, and I'm here today with NIH Director Dr. Jay Bhattacharya and FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty Makary. I couldn't be more pleased to announce that as of today, the COVID vaccine for healthy children and healthy pregnant women has been removed from the CDC recommended immunization schedule. Last year, the Biden administration urged healthy children to get yet another COVID shot despite the lack of any clinical data to support the repeat booster strategy in children.
That ends today. It's common sense and it's good science.
There's no evidence health.
And like I said, this video shows why the other video where they was on Congress was going at RFK because he took away what they just said, the for pregnant women and older people. And he changed, they had up the immunization shots or the vaccine shots. And he basically put a halt on that, and Congress, lying about the safety of it, was going at him. This shit is unbelievable. And like I said, I got another video with Congress talking about the same thing. So I hope y'all see what I'm trying to point out to y'all.
Healthy kids need it today, and most countries have stopped recommending it for children.
We're now one step closer to realizing President Trump's promise to make America healthy again.
Like I said, we're going to go to this video right here. We're going to go to this video right here. Another one of my receipts.
The best data are autopsies.
Because this is the same
largest
people in
autopsy
Congress
series published to date. I know because I'm the
talking about the safety of the vaccines and how they forced these doctors to basically push this COVID-19 thing. And they talk about in this video right here how they lied about peer reviews, scientific information, and how the CDC wasn't keeping records of COVID-19 or any of the immunization. It truly shows how they lying on one end to cover up another lie. Yeah, he got messed up by one of the vaccines, and he became disabled. But basically, in this video right here, gonna talk about everything they talked about in the last two videos. So let's go, man.
Senior author. Of all the deaths we examined, and we re-reviewed them, we had an adjudication committee, we had ways of arbitration, deciding on did the vaccine cause death. The answer is, of these cases that came in for autopsy after vaccination, 73.9% of individuals, it was determined that the vaccine was the cause of death.
September 27th, 2021, you will push the vaccine. You will push it in pregnant women and follow all the HHS criteria. And if you don't, we will destroy you.
Y'all hear this shit, right?
I've presented at the FDA advisory meetings. I've advised companies for decades on this, so I know the regulatory science very well. When a product definitely results in death, and there are thousands of peer-reviewed papers on this, Governor, the COVID vaccines in some people, sadly, result in death. Some on the very first day they take the shot. That must be a black box warning on the product immediately. I just checked the package inserts for the currently available products, the ones that Senator Blumenthal wants to pursue. Sounds like Governor wants to still pursue these. Our FDA still wants them to be administered. They still don't have the word death in the package insert. As of today, they don't. And so Americans are not fairly informed.
Do you have any doubt in your mind that the COVID injection caused some deaths? I mean, what do you think of the, 38,607 right now listed on VAERS? What do you think the real number is? And do you have any science to back up your opinion?
The best data are autopsies. So in the largest autopsy series published to date, I know because I'm the senior author, of all the deaths we examined, and we re-reviewed them, we had an adjudication committee, we had ways of arbitration, deciding on did the vaccine cause death. The answer is, of these cases that came in for autopsy after vaccination, 73.9% of individuals, it was determined that the vaccine was the cause of death. First author is Holscher and colleagues. He's sitting right behind me.
And again, by FDA's own laws, that should be included on that package insert, correct?
Immediately in 2021, Dr. Carol Tassetta, working with the Daily Cloud, wrote Peter's Marks in the summer of 2023 and said, where's the black box warning? Where is it? No word from Marks.
Dr. Vaughn, you want to weigh in on the informed consent?
Well, the other thing is, I think emergency use authorization, actually by definition, when you fill out the documents for the patient, if they read it, it actually says that they should make sure that they are under no compulsion to get this product. And that is what's so confusing, because even though the product was mandated in the summer, at the end of the summer of 2021, the product on the shelves was still the EUA product. And in that sense, for somebody to be mandated to something that they also have to sign to say that they weren't mandated to do it is kind of hard to do legally.
By the way, that's the subject of a couple oversight letters in terms of the whole full authorization type thing. Dr. Thorpe, quickly?
Yes, on informed consent, there was completely the opposite in pregnant women. HHS appears to have captured the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and my research team, including Maggie Thorpe, JD, have proven that with the Freedom of Information Act.
For a few $1 million, correct?
Many $1 million. They captured ACOG. In December of 2020, everybody at ACOG and the other organizations, we're not going to push this vaccine in pregnant women. In the span of a pregnancy, 40 weeks, September 27th, 2021, you will push the vaccine, you will push it in pregnant women and follow all the HHS criteria. And if you don't, we will destroy you and your professional career will take your license away and we will decertify you. That went out to 60,000 OBGYN doctors. So
So we probably should have expanded the title of this: corruption of science, federal health agencies. You know.
Now, y'all heard the other video. They talking about how science is corrupted. The health is corrupted. Let's rewind that shit back. But they were acting like 2 videos ago that the CDC had all this information about the safety of it, but it's showing how they covered it up. Then they used the what is it? Let me rewind it back. Where we at? 453. We're gonna go back where they were talking about consent. How they misinformed the public about the safety of it.
More quickly.
yes, on informed consent.
Informed
There was
consent.
completely the opposite in pregnant women. HHS appears to have captured the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and my research team, including Maggie Thorpe, JD, have proven that with the Freedom of Information Act.
For a few
So
million, for a few $1 million, correct?
many $1 million. They captured ACOG. In December of 2020, everybody at ACOG and the other organizations, we're not going to push this vaccine in pregnant women. In the span of a pregnancy, 40 weeks,
And I'm gonna go back to that other
27th,
video, the first
2021,
video.
you will push the vaccine. You will push it in pregnant women and follow all the HHS criteria. And if you don't, we will destroy you and your professional career will take your license away and we will decertify you. That went out to 60,000 OBGYN doctors. So
we probably should have expanded the title of this: corruption of science, federal health agencies. You know, what do you
Corruption of science,
organizations,
federal health
these
agencies.
are the 3
There we go.
organizations that essentially govern obstetrical care, not just in the United States of America, but the whole
By
world.
the way, I wanted to ask you, to what extent are the medical journals funded by various conflicting organizations, pharmaceutical companies? I've heard Chinese interests. I mean, are you aware of that? You were talking about the article written by the editors of the New England Journal.
And let me pause that. When he said the Chinese, basically 23andMe. If you gave your DNA to 23andMe, if you took that COVID-19 shot, Chinese, the black hats, 23andMe is selling your information. Look it up. If you took that COVID-19 shot or gave spit to 23andMe, the Chinese, the black hats, 23andMe sold your DNA to Big Pharma and to the Chinese, like he just said.
Journal of Medicine.
Yes, I'm aware of the study by Wen and colleagues, David Daniel Wen, that was just published October 10th of 2024, documenting that 1.06 billion with a B dollars went to the reviewers of the medical journals, of probably the most influential medical
Y'all
journals.
hear
New
that,
England
right?
Journal of Medicine, Lancet,
Basically, they paid these medical journalists to push this C-19 thing. Big Pharma. They've been pushing and paying these people to take bribes to cover up the safety and to push this C-19 thing.
EMJ.
That's coming out of the pharmaceutical industry.
That's correct.
So, Dr. Walscott, as a vaccine injured, do you believe
Now listen
you
to this guy.
received informed consent?
Absolutely not.
This
Absolutely
is a doctor.
not. I mean,
Informed
informed consent, and
consent.
as a physician, I believe strongly in informed consent. Informed consent requires true
Shout out my
and
brother Texas,
transparent
Grand
data.
Rising, brother.
And we
Much
can
love to
sit
you and the
here and
family.
hear the mantra or the typical narrative of safe, effective, saved millions of lives, but in reality, that's not true.
Rewind that shit back.
Scott,
This
as
guy was
vaccine
a doctor that pushes the vaccine, got injured, and he's showing how they covered it up, how they silenced him. Let's go. Shout out my nigga Texas.
The study by Wen and colleagues, David
links in
Daniel
the chat
Wen,
if
that was
anybody
just
wanna come
published
up.
October 10th of 2024, documenting that 1.06 billion with a B dollars went to the reviewers of the medical journals, of probably the most influential medical
something
journals, New
billion.
England Journal of Medicine, Lancet, BMJ.
That's coming out of the pharmaceutical industry.
That's correct.
So Dr. Walscott.
Let's rewind that back one more time.
But the whole
By
world.
the way, I wanted to ask you, to what extent are the medical journals funded by various conflicting organizations, pharmaceutical companies? I've heard Chinese interests. I mean, are you aware of that? You were talking about the article written by the editors of the New England Journal of Medicine.
Yes, I'm aware of the study by Wen and colleagues, David Daniel Wen, that was just published October 10th of 2024, documenting that 1.06 billion with a B dollars went to the reviewers of the medical journals, of probably the most influential medical journals, New England Journal of Medicine, Lancet, BMJ.
That's coming out of the pharmaceutical industry.
That's correct.
So Dr. Walscott, as a vaccine injured, you believe you received informed consent?
Absolutely not.
And this was a doctor who basically got injured from the C-19 thing, speaking out against it. Informed consent. They didn't tell people about it could cause death. They just pushed it. And Big Pharma paid off these doctors, these politicians to push it. And they showing it right here.
Absolutely not. I mean, informed consent, and I, as a physician, I believe strongly in informed consent. Informed consent requires true and transparent data. And we can sit here and hear the mantra or the typical narrative of safe, effective, saved millions of lives, but in reality, that's not true.
And like I said, I'm gonna go here for a minute. I ain't gonna play the whole video. But right here, it talks about how 23andMe sold your DNA off to Chinese and to these other companies. Sharice, much love and respect. Much love and respect to my sister Sharice. Hopefully everything good with you and the family. Appreciate you tapping in. Yeah, I haven't been going live. I said, let me go live. But yeah, let me go to this video right here. Talking about 23andMe. It's 40-something minutes. I ain't gonna play that much of it. Now my computer wanna act like it's stuck. Shout out to everybody in the house, man. Then I'm gonna go back to the other video we just played. Matter of fact, let me do a chat shout out. Shout out to Texas, Sharice, Soy Tap, Pedro 909, Vonnie Hall, Ted Turner, my brother Rosique Malik OG, Chief Crazy Overstand, Brian Flat Power Guy, my brother JJ Key Norfolk, Amani Bay, DJ ZPE, Kill Switch, Copper Draco, Focus Minds. Appreciate everybody that tapped in. Copper Draco, Milestone Thoughts, AZ King. Man, shout out to all of y'all, man. Appreciate everybody that's tapping in, man. I'm trying to get to this other video, but now my computer want to freeze up. See if I unfreeze. Let me stop the screen sharing. The link's in the chat if anybody want to come up, man. The link's in the chat. Now my computer want to freeze up. All right, let me get out of it and go to another one. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can still hear me, man. If y'all can hear me, put a 1 in the chat, please. Because my computer free. Here it go. It unfroze. Here we go. We talking about 23andMe now.
Leadership Academy. She was in an auditorium like 75,000 people or something, and she announced it. She just had the test, and then she was Zulu. It broke on CNN. I was sitting in my living room minding my own business and said, Oprah Winfrey's a Zulu. So I called Rick Kittles, and I said, Rick, did you tell Oprah she was a Zulu? He goes, no, man. She made that up herself. It's a true story. I would lie to make you laugh, but I'm telling you a true story. I said, Rick, are you in your lab? He said, yeah. I said, is anybody there? He said, no. I said, when the results come in, make her Zulu, man. I said, you back there making it up anyway. Nobody believe you could take some spit and figure out a tribe? What, are you crazy?
These DNA tests for ethnicity are entertainment value only.
William Gilliland is a biology professor at DePaul. He says DNA kits can be great for connecting family members and finding relatives, but the science for ethnicity testing isn't as concrete.
There's nothing that confident for ethnicity. There's no diagnostic nucleotide. You can say this person is from Europe, this person's from Africa.
That's the rub. This business of genetic genealogy is fraught with limitations. For one thing, it can only provide information about a tiny fraction of our ancestry. Because we get half our DNA from our mothers and half from our fathers, almost all of our DNA gets shuffled and remixed every generation.
Thank y'all, man, because my computer was messing up. And me, I trust. What's good, brother? Much love and respect to you and the family. Thank you, Vonnie and Rose.
Directly from father to son, and something called mitochondrial DNA, which passes unchanged from mother to child. Hank Greeley, a law professor at Stanford University, has studied this new field. He worries that people don't realize just how many ancestors they actually have.
8 generations ago, both you and I had 256 great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents.
Wait, you're saying that if you go back 8 generations, we have 256 great-great-great-grandparents?
Yes, it doubles every generation. So you've got 2 parents, you have 4 grandparents, you have 8 great-grandparents, 16 great-great-grandparents, and it adds up fast. It adds up so fast, in fact, that if you go back 20 generations, you've got over 1 million grandparents.
1,048,576 to be exact. And in each generation, DNA testing can provide information about only 2 of them.
So you could be Peruvian on your mother's 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 side, Japanese on your father's 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 side, Swedish on everything else.
And you'll never know.
And you'll never know the Swedish from the Y chromosome or the mitochondrial DNA.
Now, you've looked at several of these companies that are doing these tests.
Yes.
Do you think that they explain what you just explained to us?
No, I don't think any of them does as good a job of pointing out the limitations. But, businesses often don't go around telling you how weak their product is.
We don't oversell. I mean, we just say, look, we provide a service. If you're interested in exploring a tiny bit of your DNA and trace its ancestry, we can do that.
When you say it's a tiny little amount,
it's less than 0.1%.
That's pretty teeny.
Howdy do, Chimachukma. This is Chief Steve coming at y'all with another episode of True Story. We got a really interesting one for you guys today, but before we get into it, make sure you guys like this video, hit that thumbs up, and if you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well, so whenever I drop these bombs, you'll be the first ones to grab them. Now, without further ado, let's get into it.
Genetic testing company 23andMe filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection to initiate the process of selling off its assets, while the troubled firm's co-founder, Ann Wojcicki, who was attempting to take 23andMe private, stepped down from her role with the intent to become an outside bidder for the asset sale. 23andMe went public in 2021 after completing a merger with a special purpose acquisition company, or SPAC. The genetic testing company's market capitalization peaked at $6 billion shortly after going public, with Wojcicki becoming a billionaire. However, since then, the company's share price has plummeted by more than 99% as it failed to turn a profit. In 2023, the company reported a major data breach as hackers managed to gain access to user data through a recycled password attack. The sensitive stolen data was shared on hacker forums, and the sellers claimed it contained over 1 million genetic data points belonging to Ashkenazi Jews. The stolen data also reportedly featured unvalidated entries belonging to tech billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. In a press release, the company said it had initiated Chapter 11 proceedings before the Eastern District of Missouri Federal Bankruptcy Court to, quote, facilitate a sale process to maximize the value of its business. The genetics testing company said it will continue to operate its business while the asset sales process goes through, and there will be, quote, no changes made to how it, quote, stores, manages, or protects customer data. The DNA testing firm also announced its co-founder, Ann Wojcicki, was stepping down from her role as CEO, effective immediately. However, she will continue to serve as a member of 23andMe's board. Last month, Wojcicki partnered with investment firm New Mountain Capital to make a bid to purchase all of 23andMe's outstanding shares for $2.53 per share, but the effort failed after the investment firm pulled out of the deal. If the court approves the Chapter 11 plan, the company plans to solicit bids over 45 days and then conduct an auction if multiple bidders emerge.
Halito family, and welcome to another episode of True Story with Chief Steve. Well, it's finally happened. We've been talking about it for a very long time now on this channel. And it's unfortunate, but at the same time, this is something that was in a long time making. You know, it was something that was bound to happen. It was in the works. 23andMe has officially went bankrupt, and not only have they gone bankrupt, they are now selling off the DNA data. The DNA that is so precious to the molecular makeup of not only our people, but the people around the world, everyone. Everyone who has submitted their information to this company, their data is now up for sale. And not only is it up for sale, it's been sold. As you heard in the article, or the video rather, earlier, they were looking for the highest bidder. And it seems like that bidder has been found. There's been a sale. I got an article here from Neoscope. Ironic that it says highest bidders right there.
South Carolina Republican. Representative, South Carolina Republican. Representative, South Carolina Republican. Representative. South Carolina Republican.
Clay Gray, what's good? Grand Rising, Clay Gray. Much love to you and the family, man. Hopefully everything good. I had a mistake. I got to go back to that video real quick. Grand Rising, everybody. Links in the chat. If anybody want to come up, links in the chat. Find that video I was just playing. Play a little bit more of that, and I'm going to find another video. And then we probably going to shut this down for this morning. Nobody hitting the link. Nobody want to talk with the OG. It's all good. Hopefully everybody having a good morning, man. Flat motherfucking power to the Flat Power family. And shout out to all my Aboriginals, man. I got a touchscreen computer. So if I touch a video too much, it'll go to the next video. So I'm trying to recover the last video about the DNA 23andMe, which I have other videos shorter, exposing 23andMe, and that's what I think I might find, a little shorter video about the 23andMe. But it's a lot going on, man. It's a lot going on. Hopefully everybody good, man. Let's see if I can find another video, 23andMe, the links in the chat. Any topic, open topic. They be playing with my my videos, moving my videos that I put up for video reviews. Let's see. Any topic, man. Grand Rising, man. Links in the chat. Let's see, where's those videos? So what's going on with the people, man? Anybody want a topic? They put a topic in the chat, and I'll talk about the topic as much as possible. But it's an open topic. Just trying to cover a bunch of stuff. Bunch of different information, man. Should be coming up now. Should be coming up now. We talked about the CDC peer reviews. Bunch of different stuff, man. Let's see. It won't let me bring up none of my videos about the 23andMe, which I had a couple. Okay, here it go. I found that one. We're going to play some more of that till I find some more shorter videos. But we're going to go to where we were already at. Let's go.
And it was just a really chill day. My wife baked a cake, so it was, and that's something that she really doesn't like doing too much, because sugar effect and everything.
Right
but
here. That's another video. But this is a longer one. I'm going to find another video about 23andMe selling their DNA. See if we can find a shorter one while we playing that one. Because I want to find a video where they talk about the C19 patients and 23andMe selling their DNA to different companies. Should be coming on in a minute. Let me find this other video, man. Grand Rising. Hopefully everybody good, man. Power to the motherfucking people. And flat motherfucking power to all my Flat Power family, man. Hopefully everybody good, man. Grand Rising. Quick tapping, man. This video taking a minute to come on right here. Should be coming up. Chief Steve.
Good morning, everybody. Genetic data is the blueprint to a person. It's sensitive, it's personal, and in the wrong hands, it can be dangerous. As technology and biotechnology rapidly expand, they bring new and serious challenges. Consumers deserve to know how their data is going to be used, and Americans deserve protection from foreign threats.
The video up as loud as it can go, too.
The 23andMe saga has unveiled serious and concerning issues regarding consumer protection, data privacy, and national security. We've explored these issues in this hearings, but today's hearing focuses upon genetic data. 23andMe collected genetic data from roughly 15 million people. And when it did, it told the consumers that their data would be safe. They said it would be protected under their privacy policy. But now 23andMe is in bankruptcy and is selling off its data, Americans' genetic data, your data, to the highest bidders. Bidders who consumers never consented to giving their information to, bidders who could manipulate and repurpose the genetic data, bidders who could be loyal to or controlled by foreign adversaries. Without any federal law governing genomic data privacy, the only protection for the American consumer was 23andMe's own privacy policies. Even putting aside whether consumers read or understood the privacy policy, they were required to sign it as is, or they couldn't use the service. And now that 23andMe is in bankruptcy, whichever company buys them can change the privacy policy on a whim, however they see it. That's why just yesterday, 27 states sued to block the sale of this data. Though the bankruptcy code requires a consumer privacy ombudsman to be appointed when personally identifiable data is being sold in violation of a privacy policy, that simply is not enough. On the one hand, the bankruptcy code doesn't include genetic data within the definition of these three words, personally identifiable information. So even if a company sold genetic data in violation of their privacy policy, the code doesn't require an ombudsman to be appointed to protect consumer privacy interest. On the other hand, even if an ombudsman is appointed, the timeline on which they operate and the efficacy of their role must be further interrogated. Before Americans' genetic information is sold, they should be able to decide whether, when, and how that data is going to be used. In addition to consumer rights concerns, the national security implications of 23andMe bankruptcy are significant. In 2019, the Department of Defense issued guidance that service members refrain from using direct-to-consumer DNA testing kits when a consumer genetics company accumulates the personal genomic blueprint of millions, many of them are U.S. citizens, government employees, or military personnel. It becomes a strategic intelligence asset. In the wrong hands, this data access isn't just a privacy breach, it's a potential weapon. Foreign governments can design targeted biological weapons and wage pathogenic warfare. They can identify health vulnerabilities and conduct tailored attacks on key military and government personnel. In light of the serious evidence that COVID-19 was created in a Chinese laboratory, the weaponization of biologics and the military application of genomic data are no longer far-fetched fantasies of science fiction. They're tenable threats to the national security. The threat from China is particularly acute. The Chinese have invested heavily in their military-civil fusion strategy, where they seek to erase the line between private property and military assets. The Chinese Communist Party aggressively integrates development of artificial intelligence, biotech, and computing into their military efforts. They seize and acquire corporate assets to engage in unconventional and asymmetric warfare. Just this week, for example, 2 Chinese nationals were charged with smuggling a dangerous pathogen used for agricultural terrorism into the United States. The Chinese government paid for one of the nationals to research this pathogen, and a search of their electronics revealed information linking them to the Chinese Communist Party. Data is a weapon, and genetic data is particularly a potent weapon. American genetic data must be zealously defended and jealously protected. The 23andMe bankruptcy is a massive threat to the protection of the genetic data of so many Americans. Congress has yet to enact sufficient protection on these important issues. There is no data privacy law that protects genomic data, no provision in the bankruptcy code that prevents this data from being compromised through bankruptcy auction, and no sufficient remedy for consumers. I recently co-sponsored Senator Cornyn's Don't Sell My DNA Act, which aims at filling some of these gaps. But there's a lot more work to do. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses about how we can advance legislation that better protects Americans' genetic security. With that, I'll open things up to Senator Durbin to give an opening statement, then we'll hear from our witnesses.
Thank you, Senator Grassley. Good and timely hearing as far as I'm concerned. 23andMe has a database containing the genetic information of about 15 million people. If your genetic information is in their database, a researcher can tell you who your relatives are, what your ethnicity is, what your eye color is, and whether you think cilantro tastes like soap. They can also determine a lot of information about your health. Are you at risk of developing type 2 diabetes? How about celiac disease, chronic kidney disease, Parkinson's? In short, 23andMe has access to deeply personal information about you and your health. Information that you'd normally want to keep private, I guess, between you and your family and your doctor. Yet no federal law prevents 23andMe from sharing this data with others, including insurance companies, future employers, and law enforcement. Rather, a patchwork of state laws, privacy policies, are the only things protecting the genetic information of millions of Americans. If 23andMe's customers are anything like fellow Americans, they likely did not read this privacy policy. According to a survey by Pew Research, more than half Americans say they always, well, almost always, often agree with privacy policies without ever reading them. Who can blame them? Whether you're activating your cell phone, setting up your Facebook account, accessing a number of services, Americans are bombarded with countless privacy policies to which they must agree, and virtually all of us do. One company who studied the issue found that Americans would have to spend, get ready, 47 hours a month to read the privacy policies of the most visited websites. That's more than a full 9-to-5 work week every single month. Get real. When 23andMe filed for bankruptcy on March 23rd, a lot of people suddenly became interested in privacy policy because buried in the fine print of their privacy policy is the following. Listen closely. If we are involved in a bankruptcy, merger, acquisition, reorganization, or sale of assets, your personal information may be accessed, sold, or transferred as part of the transaction. Remember that clause? Probably not. So 23andMe's 15 million customers are left wondering, who's going to get access to my genetic information? What are they going to do with it? What rights do I have to stop it? That's why we need this hearing. Thankfully, 23andMe's privacy policy gave its customers the right to delete their data upon request, and millions have done so. So many, in fact, that 23andMe's website crashed with the traffic. Again, this wasn't required
Just because
by federal law.
they
There are very
told
few
them to
guardrails
not sell it, don't mean that they didn't.
protect the most sensitive personal data, including your DNA and who can share it. It's time for Congress to put some protections in place for Americans. In the right hands, a genetic database could help researchers unlock life-saving medical cures and make incredible discoveries. But in the wrong hands, it could enable dystopian discrimination, and surveillance could be used by our adversaries. You were turned down for that job? Why did they turn me down? Turns out they knew a lot more about you than you knew about yourself. The American people deserve to have faith that their sensitive information will be and stay in the right hands before they agree to share it. Yet nearly 20 years after 23andMe came on the scene, and at least that long since surveillance industrial complex started taking over the internet, America still lacks a comprehensive federal law to protect our privacy. Like other areas, including kids' online safety, to which this committee has dedicated a lot of time, there is bipartisan consensus that something needs to be done about our privacy. There have been signs of hope, including in 2022 when the American Data Privacy and Protection Act passed the House by a broad bipartisan vote of 53-2. It's the Energy and Commerce Committee. But the American people are still waiting. I think we can get together and pass a bipartisan bill. This hearing might help. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. This is a consensus hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and introduce all the witnesses that have joined us today. Then I'll swear them in. Mr. Joseph Savage serves as the interim CEO, CFO, CAO, 23andMe. Joined 23andMe in November 2021 through the acquisition of Lemonade Health. At Lemonade Health, he was Chief Financial Officer. Mr. Savage received a BA in Economics and Financial Management and his MA in accounting.
Real quick, I'm going to pause that and I'm going to share this other video real quick. Give me a second, everybody. Then we're going to go back to that. Let me bring this one up because I found it. Let's share that one right here. All right, let me stop sharing. Come over here. This should be it right here. Give me a second. Make sure it's the right video. My computer acting slow now. Yeah, that's the right video. Let me share it. Zoom. Give me 1 second. Bear with me, everybody. They slowing down my computer. Let's go. I think
Data privacy after the company 23andMe filed for bankruptcy, the company known for its select saliva-based DNA testing kits.
Millions of customers have used the service, hoping to learn more about their ancestry. And tonight, Attorney General of Georgia, Chris Carr, is warning us that data could be sold or even transferred. Our 11 Alive consumer investigative reporter Eliza Lucas spoke with experts about what, if any, steps you should take now.
23andMe says the bankruptcy filing will not change the way it stores or protects data, but the company's bankruptcy status also means information is set to be sold, and that has sparked alarm among privacy experts and advocates. So we asked Jessica Roberts, a professor of law, artificial intelligence, and data science at the Emory University School of Law, to weigh in.
Even though 23andMe assures everyone that it's going to keep its privacy policy in terms of service intact, there are unilateral amendment clauses that allow companies to change their terms without asking or even sometimes notifying their customers. And so once that data gets transferred to a different company, then that company could take it upon itself to shift the terms, and users might find their privacy or other interests compromised.
Roberts says it may surprise people that the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, or HIPAA, does not apply in this case. The federal law protects sensitive health information from being disclosed without your consent within covered entities like doctors' offices and insurance companies. While some states do have their own data privacy laws, Roberts says those can vary. And right now, attorneys general from California to Florida are issuing consumer alerts, encouraging 23andMe users to proactively protect their data by deleting your account. The process is easy. Go to your profile, then settings, and scroll all the way down to 23andMe. There you can request your data be deleted. You can also request your test sample be destroyed or revoke permission for your genetic data to be used for research. Roberts says the situation is ultimately a reminder to be wary.
Many health technology companies, not just consumer genetics companies, have this ability to change their terms of service and their privacy policies on a whim. And so what it says today, it may not say tomorrow.
Roberts says the flexibility of these agreements is something to keep in mind when deciding whether or not to use these services in the future.
23andMe has said it hopes to secure a partner who shares its commitment to customer data privacy.
Hey, shout out to everybody in the house, man. Nobody wanted to come up. So I'm gonna play a couple more songs, shout y'all out, and call it a night, man. Hopefully everybody good. Find some music to take us out with. Hopefully everybody good, man. Flat motherfucking power to the Flat Power family, man. And shout out all my aboriginals, man. We're gonna take it home with some dangerous, man. I'm gonna take my ass to sleep.
You are now entering.
Appreciate all of y'all, man. I will be going live
We're
more
getting
often.
into the lives of the
Shout out to
people
my brother,
behind the
Jose
bars.
Maliko G, Vonnie Hall, Clay Gray,
Now you talking to me.
and me, I trust. Texas, Sharice,
Now you talking to me.
Joy, Hot 909,
Now you talking to me.
Ted Turner, Too Crazy Overstand Crime, JJ, my nigga Keith, Monty Bay, DJ VPE, Kill Switch, Focus Mind.
Well, you know, it's so despicable. And think about what kind
Papa
of
Draco,
a horrible tragedy like this, a personal tragedy that breaks everybody's heart. Take a tragedy like this and use it to advance some weird political
Greatness walked in the building, I did you miss me? Flat earth don't mean niggas live on the frisbee. Niggas still believe in religion and watch suffering. Niggas put their faith in the system that don't fuck with them. Black gloves cover my hands, committing homicide. Memories plotting revenge, it left me traumatized. Coming from the bottom and trying to get to the other side. The greatest motivation in life, watching my mother cry. cry. Big corporations still consider it slaves. Freedom got a price, they call it minimum wage. The money make predators, these descendants that pray. But we ain't never done, new beginnings await. If you ain't fucking with me now, you really think I need y'all? The roller coaster ride of life, it's kinda like a seesaw. But when you get to this view, everything could seem small. It even got these bitches diving mouth first to these balls. Man, shit changed when I get in the V, cause I just let my ego drive when I sit in the seats. I mean, I used to be a bummy nigga, simple and clear. Then I cleaned up and turned into the pimp of the year. Any nigga harming a child is a terrorist. Niggas still believe in the book. Need a therapist, you fly but you catching the bus. This shit embarrassing. Quick to say you stacking them bucks. This shit hilarious. Niggas thought homie was soft, but he a block nigga. Quiet ones always let off. You gotta watch niggas. Legend is 12 was thirsty and tried to stop niggas. Same cat, him and his mans turned into cop killers.
Authorities say the suspect, age 35, deliberately lured the officers to his home with a 911 call, waiting for them, armed with an AR-15 assault rifle.
Hey yo, the chosen one, light-skinned nigga, yeah, the golden one. Father to the fire with this shit, I control the sun. Niggas did the double cross thing, got his ball sling, put the barrel under his chin and made his thoughts ring. But fuck the government the way that it stands. Every branch attached to it, all the way to Japan. I hope niggas break from it any way that you can. It only take a few steps to walk away from the plan. Shit, I hope niggas wake up, learn we gotta win. School shooting made the news, they turning it to a trend. They wanna keep you dumb and blind. Voting for your favorite crooks, always for the lesser evil, never for the greater good. Can't sleep, one eye open like a cyclops. Can't believe none of they truth, this shit is psyops. The sunset then sunrise, good mornings turn to goodbyes. Meeting at the funeral service, that's when the love dies. Father kills 2-year-old, now that's a monster. Woman shot her husband on live, he need a doctor. Homie didn't make it, of course, see that's that girl lost. She did that in front of their kids, and the world saw. It's been a few years in this world, been on some crazy shit. Desensitized the mind, they made this shit exist. I'm just trying to tell you the truth, that's the way it is. Hood Politics Part 4, my name Dangerous.
Man, shout out to all the sponsors, each and every one of you, Dangerous Music, you know, all the family, all the Flat Power family, all my Aboriginal family. You know, if no one told y'all they love y'all today, OG and his family love y'all, man. I'll see y'all next time. Peace. Flat motherfucking power to the Flat Power family.